physical or mental, what would it be? Don't say my mom. I think. I don't know if I should answer that, Mick. Probably like a Happy Meal toy. Like, if you're having a bad day, like some random guy, and he just wakes up and there's a Happy Meal toy sitting in front of him, I feel like that cheers him up, makes him happy.
Lapis, that's what I was looking for.
You'd give these?
Lapis.
A 10-inch long. You're giving everyone a 10-inch long. That's good. Sure, that's nice. No, not actually Happy Meal. Real talk, I'd probably... Seem like you look a little older brother. Uh-oh. No. Dick. You could have picked anything, and I got a fucking Happy Meal.
Oh, dang it. I forgot that Minecraft is cringe now.
Private, you're really trying to get me to do that dance. I'm not a big dancer. I danced a little bit in Ireland, though. I will say that.
He was, yeah.
I did dance a little bit in Ireland.
But we also got
My answer was empathy. Oh, that's a fire answer, Mick. You seem like a decent human being for saying that. I could do that. Empathy. Empathy's kind of sick. Yeah.
Kidding me?
Or like, I think just like
Outta
normal
here.
common sense. I think would be another good answer. To be honest,
I hate
because it could help Ella a lot. That's what Mick wants you to believe. All right, I already did the pot. I did the pot friend one already. I'd give sick Hot Wheels. Give him a red line. That'd be clean. I'm bullying Ella. My answer would be a box combo. I'd give him a 4-for-4 from Wendy's. I think.
We gotta
I think
go.
a 4-for-4 could bring world peace.
I've
I
not
think you
had a
give
4
Vladimir
before.
Putin a 4-for-4. Once he tastes the 4-for-4, I think he's with capitalism. I'll be honest. I think he's down. He'd probably cede to the USA, 51st state of Russia.
Okay. All right, these last details. That's it. Just the windows. And then, except
In and out.
these
4x4?
little
No.
hooligans.
Wendy's
won't
faux for faux. Have y'all seen that
leave me
tweet?
alone.
Have y'all seen that tweet? I'd like to buy a vowel, please tweet. That's a sick tweet by Wendy's. Connor, do you like Wendy's?
If you break that, I
dance move?
swear. Okay.
It's too early for me to be doing dance moves. I'll do dance moves when we're completely dry from content. No sir, Stealthy. I'm an In-N-Out. I love In-N-Out. I think I would take an In-N-Out double over like a sit-down restaurant's burger. Like if you give me a burger from a sit-down order, like $13 burger.
If you shoot me
I
one
still
more
buy
time.
a double. Do I love Whataburger? Yes. I'll buy a. I'll get a patty melt anytime, but I love In-N-Out too. Whataburger is the better like hangout place because.
Could you please
Invader,
fix
that
that?
is gross. We are siblings. Whataburger's great because it's open like 24/7. You can go after school events and stuff, and so it has its burgers. Burgers are better. Whataburger has better fries, better honey butter chicken biscuit. But fan of both. Have I had Culver's? Yes, I like their custard or ice cream or whatever it is. But otherwise, double animal style with chilies. I'm a little baby, so I don't really eat spicy stuff. But
I'm sure you don't have the wood for much. I'm gonna say that.
Zorro, that's a secret, man. Cut it out. In-N-Out fries, man. Garbage. Oh, Stealthy's pissed. Yeah, they're not great, but if you my trick, don't order animal style because you have to pay extra for animal style. Ask for burger spread on the side and just put that sauce all over them. Still tastes great. Doesn't really need the cheese.
Don't bring him into this.
Is this house done yet?
Yeah.
Alex is our boyfriend with the sign emote.
What that's
Comrade Ramen knows. Yeah. Burger spread's free if you ask for it on the side. So really, all you're paying for is the onions and the cheese on the animal fries, which don't get me wrong is delicious. But if you're trying to save a penny, just get the burger spread. No cap.
Because I usually when I'm playing, I'm listening to music. So, how do you feel about it?
Everyone claps in chat.
That's the front. Y'all want to see the back?
Oh, did chat die?
Except they're destroying it.
Yeah, let's get some Drakes for Ella's house. It's kind of sick.
No, y'all, Caleb, you have to wait because they're going to blow it up, and it's not going to be able to blow up if it's full of water.
Yeah, Caleb, don't do that. It's a thing. Yeah, it's actually pretty nice. Like, very good beginner house. Very good for someone that's never really played Minecraft.
Mm-hmm.
It is a little empty on the inside, though.
Yeah, I was just gonna finish the roof.
Okay.
I didn't. Well, I was going to. I was actually the other day gonna get on, but the keyboard was gone. So
Can't have shit around here.
can't have shit around here.
Can't have shit at Alveus. Wake up, your keyboard's fucking gone.
I did not watch Jerome ASF that much.
I don't know who that is.
Not that
Minecrafter?
much. I watched when he played with Sky Does Minecraft. Y'all watched Minecraft
Chad,
Cops
don't
and
look-
Robbers?
taking the
I
shoes
watched
off.
that. Probably a lot way younger than I should have been.
You're not really in frame.
I'm gonna go take my contacts out with fingernails.
I don't know why she said it like that. Kind of weird. I watched Yogg's cast. Bro, the beginner house is better than any house I've ever built. Yeah, I'm just messing around. She's a pretty good builder, actually. What she lacks in PvP, she makes up for in creativity and building skills and nerd knowledge. She knows ridiculous nerd knowledge about Minecraft.
I can't.
I'll say something and she'll be
PvP.
like, actually, did you know that at the 13th level is actually better for diamonds?
I didn't watch Beijing Canadian either, unless it was. I watched Sky Does Minecraft.
Yeah, that's basically Ella as an emote. Chat, that's correct.
Oh no.
She drops the actuallys all the time.
Oh no.
But she's smart.
I did watch some Chimney Swift. I watched. They're flooding it.
Guys, whoever dropped the water bucket's a little cringe. You better clean that shit up before we bomb it, before we nuke the shit out of it.
Aya's Cupquake. When I found out what Minecraft mods were and that you could add more animals to Minecraft, I was like, oh no. Oh no, this is how I become a gamer.
Kind of I remember like
Captain Sparkles, yeah.
on the family computer when I walked in and you were playing the furry mod. I thought it was a little interesting,
Okay.
but that's your business, not mine, you know? I was like, Mom, Dad, Ella's doing weird stuff again, but
We did not have the same parents.
no offense to furries. Furries are fine. I don't want to offend you.
Stop.
Mods make
Mods
Minecraft.
make Minecraft playable. I don't really play. Well, I like Minecraft, but I said I didn't really play
Oh, I think the mods are gonna get that one, but
anymore.
that seems like a fire mod. You're gonna offend Maya. Alec knows how to work a crowd.
Wait,
A crowd of moms, maybe.
Cupquake.
Boom.
The fossils and archaeology mod. Once they finally update to a mod
That's
where you
copium.
can
That is a copium
swim.
spam. Ella's been telling me they're working on this sick fossils and dinosaurs mod. You can
Well,
even
no,
give
it's
them
already-
enrichment.
it's
It's not
already-
gonna happen.
No,
You've been talking to me about it for a year.
No, it's already made. It's in 1.12.2, but I want it to update to the newer versions.
Right, but aren't they, as they finish it for whatever 1.15 or whatever the stupid version is, they're gonna release new versions, so it's gonna be out of date again.
Yeah, but they're just doing it for like the most played updates, so they only do it for every like other.
1.12. Eldrix
Updated.
is a banger.
Um,
Damn, why is he so cool like that? I'll keep the glasses on. The shades stay on, boys. That's all I'm saying.
I wear
Ask your
my
mothers, the shades stay
sunglasses
on.
every night. Listen, their Discord is active. That's all I'm saying. I'm in their Discord.
Ella's
There's no
in their
other-
Discord begging them, please release it, please. I need this for me, for my mental. And they're
not
like,
begging
sure,
it.
we're working on it, lady. And it's just some guy trolling her. He's probably got like 12 accounts typing.
No.
Yeah, we just finished this update. We're almost ready to release it. They've been saying that for a year.
I'm not.
She's coping bad.
Y'all need to stop flooding the house. Hey, it's not my fault anymore if the
Yeah.
house.
If the house
'cause
doesn't
look,
explode
it's
because y'all are
literally-
cringe, that's your own business.
That's on
Ildrix
them.
and Caleb. You can
Shut
get 'em.
up.
I know you're not talking about accents, Ildrix. That's all I'm saying. Look, man.
Look, man. They're saying if you drop water in the house, you hate animals.
All right. Can we be done with this cringe Minecraft segment?
I say it ain't me. That is not even.
Smooth Frank.
Alright.
Uh-oh.
Nope, we're doing.
Uh-oh!
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
F's in chat for Ildrix, baby. The rip poses just come flying in.
Should we unban him?
No.
Okay.
Let him think about it for a little while at least. Although you need to give him a chance to repent and clean it up.
I don't think you will.
You don't think so?
I don't think you
I don't think you will either. Not after you banned him.
Let's see.
Do you have
Where
any
is
games
he?
on this, Connor? Are there any games on this PC? We could play Peglin, chat.
Play what?
Peglin.
Peg?
Y'all ever
What?
seen Peglin? We could play Peglin. Peglin's fire. Or Super Auto Pets. I haven't played any of the updates. Got banned way too many times. Do you have games in your phone?
He needs a trial.
I don't have
think that's
Peggle.
happening tonight.
I do have Peglin. Minecraft is a game. Yeah, Goat Simulator. We don't see. I don't have that. It's got to be something I already have. If we're gonna, I don't have time to set it up. I did bring Rock Band, so I think we're gonna do a Rock Band stream at some point, or a Rock Band segment. If y'all are about it, we can hear. Oh, I didn't bring a
Rock
mic though.
band.
I can bring a mic tomorrow. I've got a mic back in my apartment. I can bring a mic for Connor or Maya. I know y'all are big fans of Maya singing.
Maya's also got a mic.
It's got to be like a USB plug-in one. I'm sure her mics are a lot nicer than.
That's not what I meant.
Don't. Sister.
Ew.
Playing Motorsport Manager. I just become a Stan's clone. Playing Motorsport Manager, Stray. Winning Streamer of the Year. Or up and coming Streamer of the Year. What is Undrake? I don't even see Undrake on the monitor. Peepo candles. Yeah, I'm actually gonna be leading a Peepo candle pretty soon, guys. So strap
Uh-oh.
in. It's
You
about
don't
to
want
be.
that.
It's about to be fire.
You don't want that. I'm just saying.
Refresh it. We gotta refresh.
Do you see what my brother just said?
Can't wait to make it. Caleb, how do I refresh? I don't know where I'm going. Is it here? Which direction do I? Oh, I found it. There's no refresh button though. That's the thing. Do I just go out and back in? Can I? Space. I'm scared. I'm not doing it. Sorry, guys. Oh, Alt F4, huh? Press F5. Yeah, we are siblings, Zippo. All right, I'm pressing F5 and ain't shit happening. No cap. Oh wait. All right, try setting a new one again. Oh no, I just did it. It said they reloaded all the emotes. Oh, I can see it. It's is it someone's? It's a dude in a white shirt and a dude in a black shirt saying under. Oh, is it just Drake in reverse or Drake being pissed off? It's Drake. Is he just pissed? He's sad. Poor Drake, man. Honestly. All right, Ella's mad that I took her away from her game.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna unban Iljix and get off.
All right, Ella's leaving. She's got a big day of work tomorrow.
Is that not?
Unban Iljix.
That's not it. Well, if he really wants to get back on,
Chess time, stealthy. Ah, we're about to drop some elo, baby.
just.
We're about to drop some elo.
But
What
you're
artist do I
gonna
listen
have
to?
log into-
NBA YoungBoy only. That's about it. Polo G.
Geology homework. Crazy.
I need,
I got my username because I was in a play in the 3rd grade called Geology Rocks. And it's these two geology students and their professor, who's named Professor Rock, goes missing.
it's actually Dwayne The Rock Johnson,
No.
too.
And I played a canyon. And I had to talk in a Western accent. And I had to sing in a Western accent.
Say some.
No. I think my only line that was not singing was, I'm a canyon. And then,
Wait, when?
did I ask?
Yeah. That's fire, though.
You can find the script for it online. Thank you.
Thank you for unbanning him.
All right, I'm going
All right.
to disconnect.
All right, chat. I'm taking over.
All right.
What are we doing?
All right.
I
He's
think we're
the
playing some.
pilot
I think we're
seat.
playing some chess for a little bit, chat, because I got no better ideas of stuff installed. Tomorrow or another day, we'll have
Wait.
better games to play. But right now, chess is the only thing I can do without having to
Switch
download shit.
this.
I
You-
unbanned myself, SMH.
Oh,
Chess Pog. Yeah, we'll solve some puzzles together. We'll
I'm still here. I'm just,
frolic. Yeah, how long are you gonna hang out? You
I don't
can
know,
leave whenever.
whenever you get off.
It might be a little while. I might hang
We're
out a little
holding
while.
2K.
If we can hold 2K for a while, I'm gonna chill.
Sounds-
Let's make sure that I
What time
don't
is it?
leak my login. It is 10:45. All right, we're gonna go back to full cam while I log in, so none of y'all steal my chess account.
That'd be crazy of them. 'cause
That would be
just
wild.
count-
It would
isn't that wild?
it would probably help. I'll be honest. Y'all could probably get me up a couple hundred points. I hope there's no keylogger on here.
Connor's not gonna get sleep tonight.
Yeah, Connor thinks he can sleep with me talking, but I'm allowed. All right, chat. Upper right. All right, we're in. Well, there goes that. Send me some emails. Send me some emails.
It's because I turned off the monitor over here. Sorry.
What's wrong?
Did it mess everything up?
No,
it
we're
was just
good.
like a notification.
No, I got a
on there.
notification. It showed my email login, which it's fine.
Sorry.
It's all
Can I
good.
get my phone?
Yeah.
Thank you. It's
Okay.
gonna
We're
die.
gonna start playing some chess, but let me get chat up in somewhere that I can read it.
Can you put it up where I can read it too?
Oh yeah, we'll put it up on the monitor. You talk to chat for a while. Chatterino. Here it is. There you go. All right, chat. We're gonna play 5 minute because
There's
we're gonna
like-
play 3 minute.
Their mom already has your email, so it's fine.
That's big. She does. Oh, this mouse is not my usual mouse. This might be a cringer.
Hello, chat. Someone asked if Connor would be able to share that playlist.
Oh, the animal video playlist.
Uh-huh.
We probably can. I don't see why not. It's public, right? Yeah. Did you just find it, Connor?
Unlisted.
No, I made it.
Oh.
I don't.
I don't know. Like, I don't care.
Connor doesn't.
It's trash. It's time to look up free animal documentaries.
Look up free animal
Coca-Cola in a
documentaries.
Pepsi glass.
What is that emote? What's the best type of
Did I just cringe myself?
what for murder?
They're asking him murder questions. Oh, mine's back.
What does that one mean? I'm sorry, I'm not rock. Oh,
That's wrong.
rock. Best type of rock? Something sharp and heavy.
Chat,
Well, it
can you-
depends on what you're
Excuse me?
going for. If you're going for blunt force, you just want something heavy.
Can you show me, Are You Vegan and Binky Bonky? What's that one? Oh, that's Are You Vegan?
It's the nugget. Oh. All right, so this is. He missed it. I hung a fork there. If he put his knight here, it would put me in check and give up that, which is not so good. So I need to defend
Answer.
against that, which means we'll run into the middle. Oh, I just gave up another
Big and
fork.
heavy.
So that's
I think if you
what
tried
you shouldn't do.
hard enough, most rocks would be good for murder. I'm just gonna say
if your rock's not good for murder, you're not trying hard.
you're not trying hard enough.
Chad, don't play chess like this. This is actually a horrible idea. I'm about to bleed some points. Bleed some elo. Alright.
Like flint and stuff has historically been used for murder.
Flint?
Like what they make
Yeah,
the
I know what
arrows.
flint is. That's just, I'm surprised that'd be a prime suspect or prime choice. Alright, Chad. We might be getting
Arrowheads
somewhere.
and stuff.
We might be getting somewhere here. Where are you going, buddy? Where are you
It's
going?
really sharp.
So we just trap his rook here, which is good for us.
Oh, I gotta go move the laundry. I gotta go make my bed.
Move the laundry. Because look, so my knight's attacking his rook, and his rook has to move here,
that.
here, or here. And wherever he goes, I'm either going to take him, or I'm going to be able to put him in check and then take him after he moves his king. So actually play like that.
We're locked in.
Maya locked us in. She's making us drink Kool-Aid.
Alex, can you reach that? Can you flick that down?
What are you talking about?
Flick this lever down. Right there on the.
Oh, no. I'm short.
Can you come over there?
I apologize. Yeah, you're going to have to.
I'm gonna pull the vent. That's hot shit here.
All right. So
Actually, let me see what
we got some of our material back, but we are still losing. Connor's coming in. Won't be the first time Connor's came in, if you know what I mean. So we're trying to get his knight here, but I don't think it's gonna happen per se. You good?
There you go. Yep.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. I'm losing this game anyway. I'm in check. He goes here, check. Uh-oh. I might be into some rubble here. I'm gonna try and flag him. That's our new goal. Get a bit of a flag here. We need... he's got my... This is ugly. This is ugly, chat. Things are not looking so hot. Not looking so hot for us. Don't worry about it, though. Bum, 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 bum. All right, if you... Oh, we might just lose here, boys. Never mind, he missed it. Right. right here, or alt right. Let's get that out of here. Alright. Stream sniping Alveus Sanctuary. Yeah. Okay, he wants to trade. We'll do that. This, I think we might get out of this because he didn't realize that I could take here. Oh, we're winning, chat. This is actually huge for us. Alright. Okay. Battery just went low. Not on the mic. No shot. Some emotes are small. Alright. Chat, we're winning this game. I did it for the people. Thank you, Stompy, for believing in me. I didn't believe in myself, but the glasses really powered me through. Let's not look at the game review, though, because it's really not important. Alright, we'll do it. Yeah, no big deal. So this graph here means nothing. They just randomly generate a graph. Oh, we were killing him from the start, boys. We actually had him cooked, and then we... this drop here means we were horrible. We made a horrible move. Let's see what we did. I won, by the way. You're welcome. Kind of...
Wow. It's a little...
Your brother's a pro chess player. All right, so hanging the... It was just the fork. It was that fork that I was talking about where I hung this, because he could play that, and then I'm in check. I have to move, and he goes here. So we're going to keep playing until we lose, and then we'll try and think of some more content, because I think y'all are going to get bored a little quick. So general chess advice, you want to get your pieces out into the middle as fast as you can and develop your pieces. You also don't want to hang a rook. That's hanging a rook there. Yeah, don't do that.
You can be a React Andy.
React Andy.
Are we looking
Play
for
Roblox.
scorpions again during the subathon? I don't think that's on the to-do list.
Someone
but I don't think
recommended
it'd
it,
be
and I think it's kind of a fire idea.
too difficult to do.
Yeah, we could check the shower and the bathroom.
In my
and
sink. How is Winnie
sink.
doing? Winnie is great. She is now fully weaned. Gets no more bottles, but she is massive, massive baby.
Connor's got a full wean too.
Stop it.
Oh. That's not what he usually says. Alright, we might trap at night here.
We've done that to find spiders. To find scorpions, we had a UV light, right? Or a black light. And they fluoresce under the light, so.
Yeah, it's cool, but also a little unnerving, to be honest, to see them all, because there's a lot, usually.
I think it's-
Thank you for the sub, Jen.
We
appreciate that a lot.
Tier 1 sub to Real Toasty McToasty. They have
Little
given
nose pick for you,
12
Jen.
gift subs in the channel.
Alright, we take his night.
Thank you for this.
His queen gets in.
It's still going. Thank you for the sub. We're letting Winnie
He's about to start
decide
pushing.
when she gets to go be in the pasture full time, because right now Stompy chases her and she hasn't learned that not running means Stompy won't chase her. So it causes quite a commotion when Winnie's let out, because Winnie runs, then Stompy chases her, then Acero's like, whoa, they're running, I'm gonna go run too, which then gets the attention of the donkeys.
Okay, so chat, this is when you resign. Frequently, sometimes, really the best chess players resign. And that's called mercy. That's a mercy resign there. That guy didn't want the smoke that was coming his way.
Someone asked how much Winnie weighs now. We don't have a scale for her. So we don't know her actual weight, but we're feeding her grain like she's a 300-pound calf.
Is she?
Well, there's we can't really let Stompy out of the pasture. We let Sarah out of the pasture, which helps a little bit. Stompy also isn't great about being locked up, so Winnie's also just gonna have to learn how to exist around Stompy. We do not have a large enough scale for Winnie. Just lift her and take a guess. I don't think I could lift a 300-pound animal that does not want to be lifted. Stompy does not have a leash. I think a leash is a bad idea.
God, I hate these mics so bad. These are horrible.
The mic?
I just hate that you have to wear them. It's cringe.
Just lift her. You believe in me?
All right, this is called en passant. It's kind of big.
Didn't even try. Well, she's got really sharp hooves. I don't fancy
Sharp.
being kicked.
Fancy yourself a bit of a... Okay. So we go here. I think we got this guy,
Right,
Chad. I'll be honest.
I think putting any type of lead on Stompy is a bad idea. If you put it too high up on the neck, it's probably just going to result in a broken neck. And on the chest, I think he's just going to freak out and he's going to run and pull. And I don't know. We don't have a good enough reinforcer right now for Stompy, because every time we find something that Stompy enjoys, the next day Stompy's like aggressively spitting it out.
All right, chat. So this guy is what we call stupid. His knight could have gone here, and he would have had a double fork on everything. But instead, we're going to trade our queens and try and tie him.
Long necks. Yep, long necks.
God, what is he doing? Okay.
We started,
Here.
well, Kayla was working on recall with Stompy with a specific whistle, and then Mia started mimicking that whistle, so that basically just made that
It's a
Cue.
cringe game. No cap.
irrelevant, because Stompy was hearing it a million times a day.
What if I... What's wrong? No problem.
Mia is a
I
big
do it for the people.
troller.
This is bad. I'm a bit flummoxed on what to do here, because I'm going to hang something. I'm going to... It could have been a sacrifice to the chess gods. Let's go... That still hangs a fork. Oh, his knight's a menace, chat. His knight is a menace. We're just going to run.
That's his foot. He's sitting on his foot.
I am on... Fire question. Oh, what's he sitting on? Okay.
No, they asked, is that a hole in his pants or is it his foot?
Oh. Yeah. Sorry, I sit weird when I get...
Focus.
Yeah, when I get focused. I'm grinding right now. I'm grustling, as they say in the industry.
This is the chest stance.
This is
we were
big.
warned
This is
about.
big. I think he blundered here. Because his queen's under attack, and I can attack this way. Go this way. He looked hella sus. Satan, don't worry about it. Don't worry about me being sus, buddy. Alright, he's just trading down like a little biatch boy. Anytime I'm playing, I pretend my horse that I'm attacking with is a Sero. It's kind of fun.
Isn't it a knight and not a horse?
Tacky boy. Nah, the amateurs call them knights. The pros call them horses.
Okay.
That's just how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you worry about
I
it.
feel like I must have been a pro when I was 5 years old, because I feel like I called them the horses when I was...
Yeah. Check. This guy's big lost here, I think.
It is a horse. It does look like a horse.
Do be looking like a horsey.
Someone just said no.
This way. And then... Let's go this way.
Horses are indeed real. It's the birds you gotta watch out for.
That's what they want you to think.
Okay.
We're about to trade queens here. We're about to force a queen trade right this way. Because if he moves his queen, he can't move it because it's in a straight line with his king. So it's like skewered there. And so we just take this way. And we're just going to march our pawns up the board like a Chad.
Is that it?
Look, he's going to take here, but he can't. That's the problem. He's in trouble. I'm going to go here.
Thank you for the sub.
Go here.
For the gifted sub.
And chat, it's as easy as that. I hope y'all were taking notes. Y'all are gonna be really bored of this really quick though. Any ideas for web browser based games that I can play?
Can Your Pet?
Can Your Pet?
We played it, or I showed you it.
Oh, is that furry site?
No, it's just it's like a little chick, and you like raise it, and then
London's Stealthy, a bit of a chess player. Stealthy, do you have a chess.com account?
GeoGuessr.
GeoGuessr, but you have to make an account. Forgot you were playing. Human Benchmark.
Papa's
SAP is
Pizzeria.
online? I've got SAP on my Steam. I can log into Steam, actually. Do we have Steam on here? If we don't have Steam on here, we do have Steam. Should we log into Steam? I'm doing
We go to
but
Cool
I have
Math
to download them.
Games.
We're going to play some Peglin. Have you all seen Peglin? We're going to play Peglin. But let me
You
go
gotta,
back
yeah.
to desk PC full cam. Is that right? Full cam. Here we are. Log into an existing account.
Goofy.
All right, chat. I'm about to show you one of my favorite games.
Webkins.
Webkins, that's fire.
I never played the online game, but I did have Webkins. Pro streamers.
We're trying. I don't even know what the PC scene is. It's okay. Q. Oh, I'm about to tell you all mine. All right, I think we're in chat. We're into the.
Which was my favorite Webkins.
All
I'm
right,
assuming.
boys. Let me download it real quick, but we'll play some Peglin. This game is sick. Highly recommend it. We
I
could
had
also
a Border Collie
play 80s.
Webkins. Also, we do not do night chickens on the animals. Usually they're pretty good.
What are night chickens?
Check-ins.
Check-ins. I'm so stupid. Ogre pegging, not quite. And let me look through my library and see if there's any other cheap or easy ones I can install that we could have fun with.
I'm trying to think. I think I had another
80s
Webkins.
is so fun.
But I think the Border Collie was my favorite.
I'm going to download Portal 2 on here. We're going to try and play I'll put it in the queue. What's our download speed here? We are getting 1 megabyte per second.
Left.
Left?
Am I the left on chat?
You're to the right. I'm on
Wow.
the left.
Okay.
Portal 2 would be good. Yeah.
That's the intern.
We're going to have to download it. I'm Ella's brother. I just intern here. I do like financial intern stuff and then miscellaneous.
Oliver does not really crow at night. Birds that aren't nocturnal, their brains kind of shut off when it's dark, and that's why you see. So Nugget and Oliver sleep at night. They don't do much, but as soon as the sun comes up and there's light in there, Oliver does start crowing. I can hear him from inside my house.
All right, Chad, I'll put Portal on the install list, but it would take probably like 8 years to install, so we're going to finish Peglin first, and then we'll do the others. We don't have balloons. Fall Guys. I don't know why the internet's so bad. It's probably because we're streaming. But Peglin's really small. It's halfway done, and it's really fun. Y'all will enjoy it.
Alex is not my brother. Caleb
Yes, I
is my
am.
brother.
Ella, I know you're embarrassed by me, but you can't keep telling people that we're not siblings, sis.
Wow.
Super Dupreg just gifted
Thank you
5
for the
tier
subs.
1
Thank you.
subs.
For the gifted subs.
Probably shouldn't play online games. And yeah, Peglin's single player. I'm surprised none of y'all know it. It's actually really sick. It's kind of like Peggle. Has more upload than download for streaming, so download is only like 15. Well, right now we are getting 746 kilobytes. So if you think your internet's bad, you're being a baby. I'm going to pause the others. We'll download those while we're working tomorrow. But Peglin's ready, so I'm going to put us to desktop, and you can check it out. Okay. So in this game, you play as a little, he's called a Peglin, and you're basically playing pachinko, basically, with a deck of orbs. You'll pick up on it really fast. Start a new game.
I didn't realize you were a gamer. I thought you did with
6-letter gamer.
Valorant and chess and CS:GO.
Yeah. So there's only one class right now, but basically you pick, these are power-up attributes that we can pick. So there's a type of enemy called slimes, there's post-battle healing to re-heal your character, and then this is an attack boost, so I'm just going to pick the attack boost. Stealthy. Stealthy might know what 6-letter gamer means. Don't worry about it. Ask Connor.
I don't know what that means.
I'm not going to say it, but I'll tell you later. I'll tell you when you're older.
Don't tell
So
me
right
I'm
now you
older.
start with
I am older.
3 stones in your sack and a dag orb, and so each one has a normal attack value on the left and a crit attack value on the right. And you try and hit as many of these orbs as you can. Bombs take 2 hits to explode, but they deal 50 to all the enemies. You'll just kind of pick up what's going on, but it's a sick game. I'm gonna go for it. And then so they go away when you hit them, but if you hit these green R's, they refresh, and so you can have another go at it basically. And I've put a lot of hours into this game. Vampire Survivors. Game audio is a bit loud. Oh shit! All right, we'll just go a bit low. Is that better? I'm sorry, guys. I'm a buffoon. All right, so it's telling me how to play because it thinks I'm new. So there's no real. These are crit ones. If you hit these, then the orb starts dealing this. So we're just gonna trash it and use another stone. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I know it's late. I'll get off in a bit, but I figured we'd hang out. It's this or sleeping. So you're trying to plan. Right now it's really easy, but it'll get harder. But basically you're trying to plan to hit as many as you can and deal the most damage to deal with the enemy waves that are coming in. And then you pick a path after you defeat the enemy. And so we get a new orb for defeating these guys, or we can heal. We don't need to heal because we're at full health. And so we're going to look through the orbs and see what's best. Each one has attributes. These are all kind of cringe, but we'll do the Splat orb because it's new and I've never played with it. So now we have an option. This shows us the map that we're progressing through. And you can basically kind of pick, but based on how the orbs are, but you try and pick a direction to go. My pose is really bad, sorry guys. Okay, so I messed up clearly. If you fall in the middle, it deals damage to you, so that was cringe twice in a row, but so this is another enemy. The randoms can be enemies or items. Oh, like that card-based game. It's kind of like what is it? The Dungeon? No, what's it called? Slay the Spire. It's like Slay the... Yeah, exactly. It's like Slay the Spire. Except it's called a roguelite. That's the term for these type of games, I think. And you're building a deck and going through and attacking enemies. It's pretty fun. But I'll download more games. We'll have a better selection later tomorrow. Oh, like Hades. Oh, Hades is fire. I have Hades. We could play Hades probably another time if y'all want. Hades is a really good game if you haven't played it. Highly recommended. It's sick. Dead Cells. I tried that. I never got too far in it. Why is uptime at 2.5 hours? Not my business. Oh, they want Hades. If Hades is small, it's probably not a small download, but if I can get the download done, we can have Hades as a backup as well. I'd kind of like to play co-op games with Connor while I can, but if he goes to sleep before me frequently, we can play some solo ones. It's not super big. Okay. We're each the only ones left awake. Connor's trying to fall asleep. He claims that he'll be able to fall asleep with me talking. I don't know if it's true. I think Maya's not in there, right? I think. Oh, she is. I thought she went to take her contacts out. Maya's going to bed too.
She came back. I think Maya's
Okay.
actually asleep. Maya actually
You wanna
sleeps
close
through
the door?
everything.
Okay.
Like, she would have.
Maya's snoring. Okay. So this one upgrades as we hit. So we'll go for it. Good night, Civ.
Good night.
Let's see, how are we at on viewers? How are we doing, guys? Wow, crazy. Glad y'all are hanging out, though.
What was it at?
1.8. It's
Sheesh.
crazy for 11.
Well, someone
So y'all
said
get the
it.
idea. We're fighting these guys, and we're trying to do what we can with critting and picking orbs. Keeping the tab open. open. Yeah, definitely keep the tab open in case, get those ads running, hang out, get some view time. We appreciate it immensely. Even if you can't donate or sub, just hang out, watch the stream. What are they called? Watch the bounties. It goes to a good cause. Oh, yeah.
Someone
James
asked,
Harden.
how much is this game?
This is, I think, 20. But I've gotten enough playtime out of it to make it worth $20. But it will probably also go on sale pretty soon. It's got good music. I guess y'all can hear the music and sound. Just play Peggle. Is Peggle free? After a run of this, I'm open for suggestions. If y'all have other ideas, I'll jump in. I want y'all to enjoy it. Y'all can kind of lead the way. If you guys go to bed, I will rain hellfire.
Dude, I gotta keep in the morning.
Yeah,
I'm
Ella's
the only one
keeping soon.
doing-
Like I said, you can go if you need to. I'll be done in a bit. I mean, it's 12 a.m. Right. See, right now I'm getting cringed on because I haven't refreshed the board and I haven't been paying attention. So we need to hit a refresh to get more damage. We need to kill these bats and these slimes. Sibling support, yes sir. Fireboy and water girl with Ella.
The setup
Where's
is
Connor?
a little
Connor's sleeping. Connor's getting
a
rest.
little
We got a big day tomorrow.
tight for that.
He worked his butt off, kicking my ass at Pong, no cap. So
And he's got to do it all over again
yeah,
tomorrow.
a champion deserves his rest. So we're just spilling him off for a little bit, and then we'll switch to sleep cam, and we've got some Connor queued up, made a big queue of videos for y'all to watch if y'all want to hang out or leave it on in the background. It'll be good. Only Texas matters, so you're both wrong. Yes, sir. Oh man, we're kind of cringing at this round.
Just bad. It's not just this round.
Alright, little crit, so that'll finish him off. Hey yo. I'm open for other ideas too. I don't know what y'all want to do. This one's fun. It splits into multi-balls, and it's this one's fun. Torbiushka. So this is a boss. We're probably gonna lose, but I'll choose the boss option. Wow, we have people fighting about time zones.
Texas? What's that? Oh,
Ban him.
Bantam.
Ban him, chat.
Just kidding.
Brandon, get out of here.
Ooh, ooh.
That's too far. Yeah, I'm just messing with you.
We told
I'm not-
Georgie
I'm not
goodnight a
actually
little
gonna,
bit
please.
ago. Maya's in the reptile room sleeping, so we're not gonna.
No, we'll wake her up later.
We'll wake her up. to
Someone
say
someone
goodbye
donates
to
$100, I'll
goodnight
wake her up at 3
Georgie.
a.m. That is a joke, I would like to clarify. But maybe. No? Maybe. Someone donates 50 cents. I'll punch her in the face. Okay.
Here. Uh-oh.
What's wrong?
Someone said open the wallet.
I'm just messing around for legal reasons. Cat punch. Yeah, I'll go there and cat punch her. Okay.
They look like those
They look like you, kind of.
ones from the Plants vs Zombies on the Xbox.
Pea shooters?
No, not the pea shooters.
Uh,
The monster ones.
Connor's kind of a pea shooter sometimes. Alright, we got the refresh. That's big. We should be good here, chat. We'll survive this. Oh, it's crazy that y'all got no games on here. No games on your phone.
Yeah.
We play Clash Royale on my phone. I just hold my phone up. Like Clash Royale. Oh, kind of a banger idea. Alright. Take an upgrade. So we'll get more multi-balls, and then bombs deal plus 20, or every shot is a crit when fired below 30 health. We'll take that. And now we got a random. We got a Prage here.
That was cringe.
Are you good at Minesweeper? I honestly haven't played. It's a big. I know I know I've seen people play it, but I haven't played much. I'm not a big sweeper. You reach a clearing that is unusually slimy. You progress cautiously, but you lose your step. 3 orbs fall into the slime. You only have 2 hands. Which do you let sink? We gotta let the stone sink, because stones are kind of boo-boo. And you'll notice the pegs kind of follow the storyline, so whatever they tell you a story about, the pegs might have slime on them, or they try and make it cute, so they put in some effort.
It's aesthetic. The little guy is cute.
Yeah, look at them. Except they're trying to kill me, so not so cute.
Oh.
What these guys do is they fall over when they die. Where is Maya? She's trying to sleep.
She's in the reptile
She's
room.
trying to sleep. I think she's on her 6th or 7th beer. We're just letting her go for it. The restroom, she'll be back. I don't think she's in the restroom.
It is right now a restroom.
I hope she is not
Not
using the
like
restroom
that,
right
but
now. No
it
cap.
is a room of rest.
Kind of nasty. Yeah.
Night shift.
Change title in the night shift or something.
That's not within our.
That's above my pay grade, man. I don't get paid enough to be changing the title. You're gonna have to live with it for a little bit, unless the mods know how to change it.
Cuddling noodle.
Yeah, change it. Maya will be back. Connor and Maya will be back. It's so he stays, bruh. Okay. This game's actually not so hype. I regret bringing it up. We're quitting. We're going back to the not back to chess. Not this yet. We're gonna hang out a little bit longer.
What are we doing? Are we asking for?
Thought you guys didn't get paid. Ella gets paid. I do not.
He gets paid in experience.
You like the game? I apologize. We'll play it another time. Cool math games. How about
Papa's Pizzeria.
Papa's Pizzeria? I don't want to play Sap either. Slither.io. Oh, Slither.io is kind of fire. Can I beat Quap? I'm gonna need longer than 6 days to beat Quap. Oh, we'll scroll through my library. You can let me know. Oh, they're gonna see my hours in CS, aren't they? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! That's a glitch. That's a glitch.
Ooh.
That's a glitch.
But that's over a few years, though, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Want to see the TF2 hours? Oh, not that many on this account. My other account has got ungodly TF2 hours. See the Rocket League hours.
We could play the Dino game when we lose internet. We could play 2048.
9 hours. This is proof that we're getting kilobytes a second. I'd download Rocket League, but we can't, boys.
We could play 2048. I think you can just
2048?
Google it. Yeah.
2048 is kind of fire.
Alex is bad at it.
We'll trade off every time I fail. And we were on a plane to Ireland, and Ella first try beat 2048, and I was like, damn, that's my sister. That's probably the most proud I've been of her as a brother.
I've shown him Can Your Pet.
I'm out of control, chat.
Yeah, you've messed up
Hey, don't worry about it.
any second.
The thing about me is I'm clutch. I'll fix this. Chat's not worried. I know they're not worried. Really, don't you worry about a thing.
It's so funny.
I don't know why you're so panicked. Everything's fine.
So
chat.
funny.
Chat, everything? Everything's fine as hell. Oh, man.
You're only at 128. Okay.
Oh, man. She was laughing at me. Look now, boys. Oh.
Oh.
Hey, sometimes you gotta risk it for that biscotta, as they say in Papua New Guinea. That I don't know how to spell.
Oh, someone said put in dark mode.
Oh, he's right.
Sorry. I don't know how to do that.
Alright, chat. Sorry.
Oh, you're just gonna have to not be
You're
babies
gonna
for...
have to, yeah. Don't worry about it. Sheesh.
Ooh, you're in a
Literally,
rough.
don't worry about it. I'm in a rough spot. Shut it. Shut it, buddy. Shut it, pal. I don't want to hear your shit from you. Oh my gosh, I'm kind of.
Alright, keep going. He's got a
I got
little
the peanut
dog
gallery
in
next to
him
me.
sometimes.
Uh-oh.
What?
I might be a little deep in the sauce right now. Chat. Don't worry about that 2 over there. That 2's hanging out over there, no problem. Okay. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that 2. We're playing risky games. Winning risky prizes.
When does the gambling stream start?
Alright, boys. I need a book. We are down horrendously. Do not gamble. Don't get it twisted. I do this for fun. I do this because I love it.
He doesn't need the money.
I don't need my money. You will lose. You will not break even. You will not do any of that.
Ooh.
Honestly, a 4 in the corner is kind of fire. I like to challenge myself. That was dumb. Look, I'll just build another 5-12 right up there next to it. I'm out of control, Chad. Oh, I'm out of control.
Oof.
I will not get it. Sports betting, though? I know too much. Chad knows too much.
When we were in Ireland, they had, like, on the corners, when we were in
It's a good
Dublin, just, like, sports betting and
Yeah,
stuff like
it's just,
that
like,
for
fully legal
horses
there.
and stuff like that. And I sent a picture of one to my parents, and I was like, we're about to go risk it all to something. And it was, like, just a joke, but my parents were giving me, like, full-on lectures. Like,
Chad, I need to enter God mode right now.
get over.
The game is broken. All right, Ella's taking over.
You want to see how a real
Oh yeah, I forgot
gamer
that it will ruin
plays?
your fucking life. All right, Ella's about to pop off. Right post. Hey, Chad, don't worry about it.
I might not one-shot it, but we'll see.
No way she gets past 512. That's all I'm saying. 512 is actually a record. Fun fact: this game's unbeatable. Oh, she's lost. Uh-oh.
No. I'm just making decisions.
Giga Chad 2048 incoming. Alright. Uh-oh.
Just need
Kinda
you.
cringe. Kinda cringe. I love that 2 you have up in that corner there. That's really good.
It's fine.
It's nice.
What?
Is an emote. That's weird. It's like a goat or a giraffe. Just like... I think she's better than you. No, no shot. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Another one I'm talking about. Oh, fire. Fire goat. Goat emote. Oh. Better not be about Ella, though. That's all I'm saying. Someone go draw something on Connor's face. Motherfucker said giraffe. I'll buy no giraffe. Don't worry about it. Oh, she's lost, chat. It's giraffe.
What?
Rookie mistake. Tell us about your sis. Oh, she's a goofball. Where to start? Where to start? to start? Funny stories. Funny stories from the childhood. Mm-mm-mm. You do right side. That's nuts. Where to start on the childhood stories?
You do no sides.
Chat.
Oh.
Stealthy said it's crazy that you do right side.
Well,
Did you see it?
no, because I'm not looking at chat.
You're not looking. Sudi's bottom. Yeah, he says bottom left. See?
No, do not. We're starting a new game.
Why'd you go right? Why'd you go right there? I was weird of you. Are you
That
giving up?
was-
Are you giving up below
no.
512?
That was so cringe of you to do.
Of what to do? I was just talking about chat.
That was him. Y'all saw that, right? Get him out of here. If this was Minecraft,
know
you'd be
what-
banned so
I don't know what we're
fast.
talking about. What happened?
He's a sore loser. That's
Oh
what
wait,
he
why
is.
did you?
Stop.
Why'd you put that one up there?
Stop it.
She's pissed, chat.
I made you dinner.
That was very cringe. Oh no, I'm banned. Chat hates me. You made me dinner.
I made you dinner,
Mom
and
made
I brought
us dinner.
and I brought you ice cream.
Oh no, she's mad, chat.
What?
Let's see. But if she can salvage this, it would. I'd pull out the little bit of dog in her image. I'll be honest. She could earn it. She's in grind mode. She's focused, chat.
It's crazy.
She better have made you dinner. Get the gorilla. Drop the gorillas in chat. Gorilla emote. Gorilla emote. Book. Good sister. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hello, heroes of animals. Fire comment. Oh, 6 hours. Uh-oh. What happened?
Nothing. That's not.
Okay, well, really 512's.
What'd you say?
Uh,
I am in a bit of a cringe spot, though.
kind of an odd comment, Gecko. Interesting. She hit 512. Well, it's not really. Well,
Oh, I should have done up.
that score up there. The score's arbitrary in this game.
Also,
It's really.
he messed me up, so I feel like I got
Nope. Don't know what she's talking about.
extra.
Oh, don't give her the wickeds. She's going ham right now. Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. Down, right, up, left, down, right. Oh, not the combine we were looking for.
Sure?
See, I was helping her out, really. She solved it. Looks GG. No. She's got a long ways to go. Oh, damn, I gotta go back in the morning. That's so cringe. Alright, someone ban Zoro. Down, up, right. Really 512 is more impressive in a way. I wouldn't want to. I would not.
Impressively
I
bad.
wouldn't. Oh no. Oh no. All right, 1v1 me a Valor.
Not fair.
She got to watch me play, and she stole my strategies, so I deserve half credit for this. When is your bedtime? Don't worry about it.
I am a grown woman.
I'm a grown ass man.
You look a little nervous there.
Source better than go. Big Kappa. I'm not nervous. No shot. You get 2048.
What's your leg shaking?
Need to pee.
Need to pee? Okay.
Do you have a few reasons why people should eat plant-based foods? Plant-based foods are tough right now if you're talking about like meat substitutes, because right now they're a little expensive, but once they develop a little further and more people buy into them, they'll be cheap enough for the average consumer to buy them on a simple price level to meet, and I think they'll be a better option based on CO2 as well as like moral reasons for animals. But right now, I don't know how effective they are compared to some of the better meats. Now, if you can just eat more plants in your diet, not necessarily meat substitutes, but more fruits and veggies, that might be a little. People in general with diets and with things like that, they try and go overboard. They say I'm going to eat perfectly, or I'm going to eat more morally, super morally. Like, it's much easier to take it in small chunks and do it in steps. Say I'm going to make sure to eat 2 meals a week that are no meat, or I'm going to, if you chunk it off, it's much more doable. So that'd be my advice on that. But I am no person. So I would just say, if it's a goal you want to go for, make sure it's not too hard. Thoughts on nuclear power for energy? Don't know enough about it to answer that one. I've heard that it's good, but don't know enough.
Ooh, I'm in a bit of a...
Oh, in a pickle are we? Yeah, it's more expensive, so I know sometimes economically it kind of bars people from some of the better options. Yeah, but anyways. Yeah, pickles are kind of fire. Not a fan of cucumbers, but the pickle plant be producing some yummy stuff. You're in trouble. What did I tell you guys? No way, 2048. And I am not vegan. What's your favorite color? Green. Always been a green fan. Preferably light green, but green kind of pops off. It goes hard. Nuggies. Vegan nuggies. Christian. Somebody ban Christian. And not the superior gamer.
Ooh.
I wish
I'm
the goal was
lined
to
up.
make tasty food instead of meat substitutes. Yeah, exactly. I think sometimes they do too much focus on trying to get it to taste exactly like meat, when what they really should do is just try and make it taste like a yummy vegetable and make people like their greens more. But I don't know. I think either's fine. I don't think it's bad that they're doing it. Dino Nuggets versus McNuggets.
I will.
Smarter gamer. All right, now that one's
McNuggets.
definitely cap. Satan. That's private information, sir.
What were they asking?
Satan said I had a Hulk fetish. No shot she gets this, boys. She's gonna fumble the bag.
No, I'm all lined up. Shit.
Or make it taste like its own thing, even if it doesn't exactly taste like meat. If it's still good, people will eat it. Yeah. If you build it, they will come, as they say.
The
Make
what?
something good. Something about the way you said you like green. I didn't mean it in a sus way. I just think it's cool. It's funny. Viridian green. Not familiar? You're asking to get punched. Yeah, she was thinking about hitting me. If it wasn't on stream, she would have definitely clocked me in the face like she did when we were kids.
Frequently and often.
Yeah, no shot. She's gonna fumble it.
Watch this.
All right. All right. Now is when I reveal I have been the one controlling everything. All right. Now Drake's and Chaparella. Okay. All right. All right. We're boxing.
No. You're good.
All right.
First try.
We're gonna do 25 more minutes if we
First
can.
try.
We'll get off at our midnight. Give you some ZZ stream.
I am cracked with 2048.
All right,
What
get out
can
of
I
the chair.
say?
Get out of the chair. I need something I'm good at. We're playing some Java Snake, chat.
Java Snake.
Go on.
I'm trying, but you chose a weird way to go.
Get out of here. Super Auto Pets. It won't. I don't think it'll download, guys. That's a problem. Our portal's downloading. Awkward. I could have
Awkward.
definitely downloaded this one by now, but we'll download it. First, Java Snake. Buy this guy. I'll show you what it really means to be a gamer. What do you guys think? You think I should do hard? Impossible. I'm not dialed in.
Hey, Connor. There's a police officer here, I think.
I think you're right. One sec, guys.
He's security.
Okay. Everything's alright, guys. No problem. We're back to the gamer moments.
I lost my answer.
Did I take yours? Okay. Wait, more. Yeah. Oh. Alright, my stole L. Is this big for me? Oh, shit, chat. We gotta go back around and grab it. Yep. Hey, so that was a warm-up.
Alright, how many warm-ups are you getting?
You're not getting any goes at this. You'll embarrass yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm not asking to play. I'm asking for you.
One or two.
It's fine. It's just security for the subathon, I'm assuming. I didn't know they were coming, and I freaked out a little bit because there was a dude here.
Scared of men? Kind of sexist.
We're out in the middle of nowhere, and an arm.
I'd be scared if a woman was out there.
Yeah, I'd be scared if a woman was too, but it was just a little more concerning because he was in the garb, you know?
Yeah, I wish he was naked. Sorry.
No, but everything's good.
Yeah, I think we're good, chat. He seems like a nice fellow.
Sorry.
Did you say something?
But when you're done with that,
What?
actually, let me just take a picture of it.
I saw a band, but that's
Uh,
pretty tough.
they were perma banned.
Uh-oh.
Crazy.
The permas. Oh, chat. Chat, pull up. If you think this is easy, pull up the site. I dare you. I'll be playing this game in my comp sci classes in high school. That's why I'm so.
You can hear the cogs overthinking. I can smell the smoke from his brain going into overdrive.
Oh, fuck, chat.
Um,
Oh, really, don't worry about it. All right, so we're gonna stay up until we beat this.
Uh-oh. I got work in the morning. I can't commentate for you all night.
Oh, chat.
Ooh, you
Don't worry about it.
You
Don't
do
worry
look
about
a
a
little.
thing.
You do look a little cracked with this game. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Did Space like shut it off?
I went to BRB.
Oh,
'Cause I was worried about it.
Alex.
Alex.
Is everything okay?
Thinking on his feet. Yeah, everything's fine.
Okay. Yeah, he was fine. I mean,
So
Sorry, I
he's
didn't
just.
tell you guys.
Yeah, no, I was like, there's a man out
it
there.
kind of scared the shit out of
I'm
me.
so sorry.
I was like, I think the police is here.
100% should have told you. He's also early.
I was like, man, I love the police.
Nah, he's security. That's
Okay.
my bad, so
I was like, oh no, we've been swatted.
So yeah,
this is
just
it.
try something, chat. Honestly, pull up. I wish you would. It's funny. Everything's okay.
Everything's good.
Oh, this is a dangerous one.
Nothing. It's fine.
Oh, chat, I'm dialed in.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Maya is gone.
Swatted for what? No, okay, wait.
No.
Never mind.
Yeah, she'll.
This was upside down. Stupid. Chatters. Not swatted, not police. It was security. I just forgot to tell them that security was coming. Everything's fine. It was just good night. See you tomorrow.
We'll get him to play 2048 later, guys. We'll see if he's cracked or not. See if he can beat 512.
I'll go stand out there and be security.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Good night.
That door is really hard to lock anyway, so.
Fuck, chat, man.
Language.
Freak. Chat.
Frick.
Frick, chat. Oh, frick. All right. I bet all you guys that said Ella was a better gamer are eating your freaking words right now. After you saw this, I'll take my apologies now. I'll take my apologies. Use security as content. Yeah. We make him eat the grain. Our new sub goal. Security guard eats grain.
I'm missing that one.
All right. Ban anybody that said Ella's a better gamer.
No. No.
Ella touched the... Ella, what the hell? She touched the thing.
I am way over here.
She's... Yeah, it was with her foot. She got crazy grippers.
I get crazy.
Crazy grippers. Trust me. Oh, yeah. Yup. Fuck. Come on, man. You want me to pause next time to look at whatever you took a picture of?
No, I think you saw it.
I just saw the band. I didn't see what he said. He said something kind of goofy.
Yeah.
I bet it was funny. Oh, Connor's regretting his words. Connor's rolling around.
Sorry, we're...
Connor cannot go to bed until I kiss him goodnight, so...
Mm.
We call it goofy. A bit silly.
Alveus ban appeal win. I think
Ooh,
we went
we
through the
did those.
Alveus ban appeals.
If y'all watched on Maya's channel, we did some of those on her channel last time Ella and I were...
But after
there.
the subathon, part of the subathon is ban appeals
Yeah.
from the subathon.
Fun game, get banned.
There's been at least
You've seen a couple.
2.
That's fire. Fuck, chat. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm dialed in. Oh, I'm dialed in, chat. I'm not dialed in, chat. Oh. Fuck it. Alright.
Alright.
I can't
Come here.
perform in these situations. Anyways. Oh. Kind of a fire comment. Don't say uncracked. Do not say uncracked.
I think it was more
How
funny.
much time can you stall for? Oh,
That's
they're pissed.
probably the
They're pissed that
funniest
I'm
one I've
stalling.
seen
Alright, if y'all want sleep stream, bro.
about me.
That's the funniest one you've seen about you.
Yeah.
Alright, chat. I'm giving the people what they want. Alright, chat. We read it. And we accepted it. We're playing as a guest. Can I listen to the... No, she just has no audio. Kind of cringe. Okay,
I've not seen this game.
this game's fire.
Yeah.
Do it, Albert. That's a joke.
So I like Casero.
Yeah. Horse is actually not very good in my opinion, but the duck's
You're
kinda...
going with the duck.
I don't give a duck, as they say. And we'll honey our duck. And we'll put it in it. I'm an ant boy. And what are we gonna be, chat?
Yeah, you're a little...
I think in honor of Ella, we should be the dry carrots.
What do you mean by that?
Don't worry about it. Big quack strat. Yeah, we're quacking. We're quacking and cracking.
I should let my brother do a ban appeals.
So there's a strategy to lose. You want to lose the first round frequently. It's actually better.
Oh, did you lose?
Don't worry about it.
That was rough.
Alright. So we otter our otter. We'll look for a third otter. We run the scambit, as they say. We're making Moby Duck for real. Yeah, we're doing the duck carry strat. Okay, so actually losing twice is kind of meta now, if you haven't played in a while.
That's a strat for every game.
Okay, that's disrespectful and rude. And disrespectful. I love a spawning. I'm a business boy. Duck. And screw it, we'll get another one. All right, gentlemen. Do not say L. I wouldn't expect you guys to be visionaries like me.
Neither of us are. Maya is asleep, and we are just covering the subathon content for a little bit.
I better see some W's in chat after that. After all those L's.
Wow.
I better see some W's.
Finally.
Don't say that. That's disrespectful and rude. Oh, they changed the beaver. Or they changed the otter. Oh, they've messed with my game. He's supposed to give +2/+2.
They're saying the volume is over.
Oh, is it killing him?
Too
Sorry, guys.
much.
Settings. We'll go. Let's try that. Team. And we will.
The flamingo.
Don't give a damn about our ducks. There's the dubs. There's the dubs. Call me Aiden Ross, the way I be raining W's, you know what I'm saying? Fuck. So that was a cringer there, but we're fine.
Wow.
Guys, I'm just kind of goated at making animals fight. I don't want to sell our duck, he's too powerful. And if you free snail, you're a little bitch boy, because it means you think you're going to lose. So, that's all I'm saying. That's something Ella would do.
I'm sorry. You just call me a
I don't
little
have to
bitch
apologize
boy.
for being a loser.
Uh-oh.
I mean, that's my username.
I know, but I think those should be L's actually, not W's.
See what I'm saying, chat? You lose the first two, win the next three, baby.
Can we get his name spelled right with L's?
Penguin it. Give 3 level
L's?
2 friends. Oh, we need some more level 2 friends, my friends. Oh, fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball, as they say. My brother in Christ. Alright, our otter's full. Oh,
There it is. Stop. Don't point that out.
White Fang? White Fang? White Fang sees through the ruse. We're gonna lose this one. The strategic loss. But that guy had a snail on his team, so it doesn't count. He's a little pussy. Should we make the big duck? Big duck, don't give
A quack.
a click. Give the rightmost friend plus. Oh, we're going big duck, boys. That's the thing about us. We're duckers.
No. They got all of us.
Oh no.
Oh no. You gotta add.
You messed up Kayla's name. No cap.
No,
Oh,
that's
it's Maya.
Maya. You gotta do Kayla too, though. No, Kayla's a W, though.
Oh, big duck, boys. We
Wayla.
live by the duck, die by the duck, and we don't give a duck if we lose.
That was sick.
That's kind of the motto.
Did you come up with that just now?
No. I've been planning that for weeks. Been rehearsing. yeah. I better only see duck emotes in chats.
We don't L Kayla. That is true.
That's actually factual. I'm scared of Kayla. Kayla could kick my ass.
She probably could.
No, not probably. Oh, boys. Oh, boys. He's going to be level 2 next round.
Ooh.
Oh, boys. Oh, my duck friends. Oh, we're getting big duck.
Uh-oh. Kayla.
Oh, we can't agree on where to put the W. We have Kaywa and we have Kaya.
The second one was right there. Kaywa.
Oh, yeah, to replace the L. That's factual.
Mhm.
Big brand. Okay. Hey, don't worry about it. The duck's clutch. If he's on his last health.
I sent my brother the screenshot of the.
Oh, we got more ducks, boys. More ducks and more swans. Oh, that was the dream round for us. And I think we keep the snake to replace the penguin pretty soon. Oh, man. Oh, man. We live by the duck, die by the duck. Alex, there we go, boys. This guy doesn't want to catch the duck smoke. Oh. Ooh.
There goes Siren.
No shot. No shot, boys. Oh, Winnie? Right. So we sell our dog. We Winifred to juice our duck up. We drop another Winifred for our duck man. What'd I tell y'all? We're ducking it.
A huge duck. Yep.
Just keep making this duck bigger. Chocolate, we save. Always save your chocolate. Oh, we can't use our cow yet. Alright. We're getting kind of in the sauce here, but we're doing it. His duck is getting huge. Oh, chat. Chat, we got this scaling duck here. Why didn't I stack? No, don't worry about it. Nah, you don't, I would. Uh-oh. Scorpion instinct. Alright. We got time for one more run. One more run. At midnight, I'm popping off. Getting to watch cute man Connor. Go for it. Alright, we need to pick a new. Should we go Acero? Should we go for the Acero build? Alright. We're Aceroing. We're Cricky Aceroing. Oh, well, okay, we're back. Okay, boys. Alright. Pink pants. This runs for Acero. Uh-oh. That's a big duck. We got the tie, though.
What is it if it's a tie?
Nothing happens. You don't get a trophy, but you don't lose a heart.
No, I mean, like, it's not a W, it's not an L.
Alright, we're juicing our Acero up, but
M
you
for mid.
summon next. That's a pro tip for y'all, because we want bodies. Withering aunties. Sorry, man. Just got followed by a Twitter bot. Ask me anything. Oh, dude, it's so cramped. I have to go back tomorrow.
Uh-oh.
Losing my to T. W.
T. M.
Alright, we'll combine. We'll juice them.
Ace.
And
Acero. It's not always a 10. He can be a jerk to the donkeys, and it's annoying when he knocks over Stompy's feeder.
Chad, I don't think this game's gonna go well. I don't know the meta anymore.
But he is a good horse. He's really...
A tie's no. Tie's like kissing your sister. Which does not happen in this household.
Really
That's for
sound
sure.
horse. Might have done a lot of good work with him.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I had a soccer coach that would say that. I would like to clarify the origin of that statement. Soccer coaches say the most out-of-pocket stuff sometimes. Cat emotes fire. Friend ahead attacks. So we do a little... We sell. We buy. We refresh. Acero build.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, they know we're from Alabama.
Stop.
I'm just kidding. I only kiss Caleb. That's the only brother I'd be kissing. We got the malaria squad over here. What the hell, man?
I mean, they kind of...
What am I? I need to get a mosquito net.
Oh
What
my
the?
gosh. Oh.
Oh no! Oh no, man! Oh jeez! All right, we're just upgrading. We're taking some losses, but we're upgrading. Oh boy! Oh boy! Roll Tide. All right, I'm excited, guys. Alabama plays Texas this year, and it's gonna be a huge game. Malaria got hands. Yeah, I did kind of catch malaria there. It's all right.
Just a little bit of malaria.
Build character. Use the right items to buff them. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We got our first victory, maybe. I think I rolled too much. Remember what I said about the snails last time? I was lying. There I win more play.
Oh, so you're a little bitch boy.
Well.
He's a little bitch boy. Say it in chat.
I did not say that.
Get him.
I go to Texas, Stompy, so
Get him.
I gotta support Texas. Even we're back this year though. We're back.
When he uses the
Leaked.
snail.
Leaked. When he uses the snail. This is a strategic loss so that we get value out of the snail. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is a strategic win.
Okay, never mind. Don't
Don't
get him
roll
yet.
before using right items and buffing them. Look, I've gotten plenty of 10 wins in this game. I just haven't played in a while, and I'm also having to babysit my little sister. And
It's not peer pressure if I'm bullying him into being better at gaming.
horns or some shit like that.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
exactly.
Can't lose when you wanna. I didn't want to lose. I never want to lose. You got winner tendencies. Kind of cringe. Horns down. Uh-oh.
They got you.
Ellie. Alright. Alright, I've committed to these snails. They're staying in the freezer for now. Oh, that's fire. We'll get this awkward. No money. Welcome, yes sir. Kansas State. It's not bullying if he's your family member. That's true. That's how we are. We're just joshing with each other.
We're not.
Just
Not
joshing.
yet.
I don't know what that means. That's kind of weird. Alright, here's the
Alveus.
strategic loss, boys. Alveus
Esports win.
We put together a Valorant team. This is why we wait. This is a patience paying off play right here. Do we sell a Cero? No, we won't. This is what we call the triple snail. Triple snail.
Be
Oh,
sick.
they nerfed the snail? Back in my day, he gave +2/+1. Kind of cringe. We'll do it anyway. Shark. Shark attack. Oh, but I need someone in front of this guy. Sushi? No. No. A Cero build. Apex team? Connor wins half of his games, so we'd probably be a pretty damn good Apex team. Okay. Oh. Penguin would be sick with all of the 2 stars. Yeah, you're right. We could use a penguin. We got a player. I think we're gonna lose chat. It's because Ella's here. She gives off L vibes.
Oh, like how I L'd at 2048?
Alright, chat. Well, good night.
Baseball team win. You'll have to talk to Caleb for that.
Caleb's our solo baller. I think baseball's cringe. I'll say it.
Baller.
Alright, we're done
It's
with that.
because he bad.
We're gonna download Portal overnight, and we're gonna download Valorant overnight.
That's a really good one. I'm surprised Connor is allowed near animals, seeing as he's an apex predator.
That was kind of fire.
What you doing?
I'm downloading Val on here. Yeah, good night, chat. I'm gonna start these downloads. I'm gonna put on the videos, and once I get the okay that it looks good, I'm gonna turn the camera so y'all can watch Connor sleep, and we will be
Wait,
back in the morning.
Are we turning on the documents?
Right, but I'm gonna
Okay.
start this download first, and then I'll turn it over.
Okay.
Show me a download
Sleep
button.
well.
Good night, chat.
Thank you for hanging out this
Yeah.
long.
Good night. Leave the stream on if you want. Be back tomorrow for another. Well, be back for the next 6 days for some more high octane content. Alright, I'm leaking. I'll do this another time, don't worry. Alright. Y'all can see this. We're gonna go to cam.
They said
here.
hide screen before downloading.
Yeah. We won't download yet. It's all good.
Someone you said you clicked the wrong one.
Don't worry about it. I'll do it tomorrow. Okay.
Documents are just funny.
This is all Connor's stuff.
Okay.
But I'm gonna make sure that it. Oh, is it gonna autoplay?
It should.
It looks like it will because it's a playlist.
You can watch for a little bit and make sure.
Kitana wins. Flawless victory.
Look at my happy guy. Oh, just a happy guy. Oh, just a look at that happy.
Bring her to work with me today.
We'll swap. I can't get that back now.
Oh my goodness, you alright?
Hi, love.
Babe? No. Chihuahua.
Who are you? Dobby, sir. Dobby the house elf.
I have to show you something what I do. Okay.
Free. Trying to get it in your kennel.
Oh my god!
Come on. Come bring your brother. Let's go. Oh my god.
You're a monster. What did you do, Burke? What did you do?
Happy birthday.
Drop it. Drop it. Drop it.
I think my dog is broken.
It's Jesus Duck. He's standing on the water, dude. It's Jesus Duck. Holy.
Oh, wait. Zoot, stay. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Zoot, careful. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Hold on.
What are you doing?
This is an orange. Okay? This is an apple. Show me the orange. Come on, get up here. Come on. Get up here.
That dog is harder than those people. That's awesome, dude.
I'm just gonna scooch in right here if you don't mind. Shh.
Kimber! Oh my god, please don't let those ducks in! Please don't let the dogs
Alyssa is
fight
fine.
through.
Just eat it.
Everybody sit.
No, you're still digging. No, Fendi, 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 Fendi. Like, bounce like this. Like you're punching it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There you go. Like, but like stand up. Like stand up and punch, punch. There you go. Good girl.
Oh hell no, get away from my car, bitch. Oh no, no, oh no, no.
Okay, roll over.
That's such a good dad.
Oh my gosh. Hey.
What?
Ha! Good morning to you. Ha! Ha! Stop it. I love you. Oh my god.
Absolutely not. I need all of that coffee to deal with the two of you. These two, all day long. Nope. I need every bit of that coffee.
Milo, you want a treat? Okay.
Go play!
And then
Oh, no! Milan, no! Milan, get over here! Milan, no!
Touchy.
Time to do some sketchy shit. Doo-dah, doo-dah, hope I get away with it.
Who's the president? Byron. Who? Byron. Say what's up to Byron. What's up, Byron?
Chris Tazzle.
Drugs.
No, we're okay.
Drugs.
This is awkward. No, thank you.
Drugs.
What are you doing? Nay! What are you doing?
Was about to sit on my couch, but saw something moving, so I got curious.
Get off my couch, Mom.
You're swimming.
I'm putting him on the cat tree since Romy took the dog bed. Chase is such a good boy. He's gonna get a treat. There you go. Is it good?
What is it? What? What? Why? What is it? How? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I get it. I get it. Oh, what the?
I just wanted an ice cream. The cat's got into the freezer. Get out!
Hey, yo, Cooter. When I say Hillshire, you say Hillshire. What job? I'm a slammer.
Are you okay?
Eat, Coco. Eat.
A few moments later.
Are you serious?
Oh!
Look, you.
Ken, I heard that. I know everyone thinks that you're not doing it, but you're definitely doing it. I heard the beeping.
Parkour! Michael, parkour! Parkour! Extreme! Parkour!
God bless you.
Look at the other guy. Watch the other guy open his mouth. Ready?
Go ahead.
My mom was cutting onions and the kid is sitting there like crying. Oh, you okay, darling? It's okay.
Sorry to bother you, miss. I'm from the sheriff's department. We've had some reports of your dog chasing around people on bikes.
I think you have the wrong house. My dog doesn't ride a bike.
Is there something wrong with you?
Okay.
My God.
Izzy, is it dinner time?
Pitillo, José, ¿tienes un pitillo? ¡Pero mierda, que te mato! ¡Ay, para! ¡Ay, pitillo, hombre, que no te des pitillo! ¡Cómprate pitillo! ¡Siempre estás pidiendo pitillos a la gente! ¡Cómprate tus propios pitillos!
Pero,
hombre.
José, tienes un pitillo, José, un pitillo.
¡Manuel,
¡Ay,
Manuel, que no
ay!
te des pitillos, hombre! ¡Cómprate tus pitillos!
I have to clean. Stay outside for a little bit.
Bark at your dog.
Woof! Woof!
Reaction.
Yeah, tell the puppy you love him. I love him.
Hey, no, you're chicken. No, you're chicken. Oh my god. Stop.
Sit. Good girl. Stay. Stay. Oh my god, I love you. Go.
Hey, don't pass by. Watch fresh and funniest animals videos every week. Subscribe to the channel and like this video if we made you smile. Enjoy watching.
Look how cute. They're so cute. They're licking each other. Oh my god. Go back and kiss them.
You're scaring him. You're scaring my Ralph. Are you happy?
No.
Well, then quit screaming because they're gay.
He looks so funny.
Come.
Hey, Nikki. Nikki.
Go get it. Go get it. Whoa. I've never seen her hold on to it that long.
She knew she was on camera.
Rawr.
Yeah, I got a package.
Wow, wow, wow! No! Get the dog! Get the dog! Get the dog! Get the dog!
whenever you can't find the cat, all you have to do... What are you...
Yeah, me, Linda, and Tim are all kind of working into it, but, all right.
Lindo, lindo, lindo.
It's how I train for defense.
You don't want to do this. Do not. Do not.
Oh. Could you be any weirder? What are you doing? Too cute.
Excuse me, Miss Ma'am. Why are you so beautiful? Really? Is it 'cause it's golden hour? Soaking up them rays. Oh yeah, you are gorgeous.
That's good.
So mad.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Hey, don't run from the Lord!
You don't like the vacuum or what?
Rachel.
Sophie, can you please get off your brother? Sophia, let Jameson go. Sophie! Let him go.
Soup.
Okay, stop! Stop! Okay, stop!
Прекрати быстро! Так.
When you don't take your dog for a walk.
Hey, Arthur. Arthur. Arthur.
Hey, good boy!
Błyski! Ej! Ej! Qu'est-ce que tu fais? Oh! Bouillie! No! No, that's lady's food! You gotta stop! No, I caught you red-handed.
This is a bird feeder, and everything you see surrounding me in my yard is an attempt to protect it
from 4 thieving squirrels. If they want the birdseed and the lifetime supply of walnuts in this bank vault, they'll first need to pass through my 9-part obstacle course. By design, it's extremely challenging. It's meant to test their mental limits and their physical limits. I held back no punches, but I have to admit in hindsight, I once again completely underestimated my adversary. And truthfully, I never thought I'd be that crazy guy in the neighborhood obsessing over the squirrels, but they started it first when they would constantly pillage the birdseed from any bird feeder I would put up about a year ago. That led to me defending it with an obstacle course which they handily defeated, and so after a year of ruminating on how to avenge that L with a majorly improved version, and then 2 months of planning, my buddy John and I got together for a 20-second build montage. Here are the basic elements. For starters, here's their favorite bird feeder at the end of the course, and it's sitting atop Fort Nuts, the most secure walnut vault in the western United States. Now, since birds can fly, they can come and go as they please and eat all the food they want. But the only way for the squirrels to make it right here is by surviving my 9-part grueling obstacle course, which all starts right here. Climbing up this pole to this platform is the single gateway to enter the course. Every other pole you see has some kind of countermeasure to keep the squirrel from just climbing up and then entering the course halfway through. And so the first challenge is this casino, which may seem like an odd choice until you realize that as we were building the course, we also built them some cozy little squirrel houses. So we put them up in a couple different trees, and after a few days, it looked like they'd actually made some renovations. So I went to take a closer look. And sure enough, here's the before and here's the after. Even on the inside, they'd made some questionable decor updates. So while it might look like they were just using the houses to relax, or stretch, or look out the window, or wrestle, the satellite communications gear, and the tactical mission planning, and the mini vault to practice cracking a safe hold a completely different story. This gang of 4 high-end professional birdseed thieves were secretly planning to pull off an honest-to-goodness Mission Impossible Ocean's 11 style mega walnut heist, which is why I was going to protect the birdseed and walnut vault with the most state-of-the-art security measures, just like the casino did in Ocean's 11. So once in the casino, you'll see the slot machine and the classic Vegas buffet, but with a warning. Take more than an ounce, and you're gonna have to deal with security. Now that I got the squirrels on the run, they'll naturally want to jump to this bar, but there's a twist. Like it actually twists, which I think is gonna give them some problems. But if they can figure this out, they'll jump into this crate. And the good news is that it's filled to the brim with their favorite food, which is walnuts. And I know this because I tested a bunch of different options, and they always went with the walnuts first. But the bad news is that once you add a little weight to the system, the helicopter starts moving, just like the helicopter for Mission Impossible. Oh, and we've got a baffle here at the top to stop a squirrel from just crawling along the wire from the fence. The helicopter stops next to this wall, which seems simple enough, except that the bricks randomly move and adjust themselves in and out. And of course, at any time, if they fall off, they gotta go back and start over the whole course from the beginning. After that, we come to their hideout. And this is when they'll switch from defense to offense, because it's where they hang out and plan. You can see it's sort of messy with their tools and their blueprints on the wall that show if they open the floor on the elevator shaft leads them underground and into the sewers. Then if they crawl through the sewers, it will take them right to the control center for a second room that might look familiar. And just like in Mission Impossible, their goal is to go up through the ceiling to access the air vents. But there's no way to make it up there unless they type the password into the keyboard in the control room next door, like this. And at that point, they can climb the ladder and they're in the vents. And the vents are a total maze. There's lots of different twists and turns they'll need to navigate up here. So at any moment, if they're too lost, they can always exit the whole course by using the one-way squirrel emergency exits, which also exists for any enclosed room on the whole course. And for the penultimate challenge, it's back down from the air ducts through this laser maze where they'll have to harness their inner Catherine Zeta-Jones. If they sufficiently touch any of the lasers, the metal base contacts and completes the circuit, which sends a signal from this microcontroller to a relay to a solenoid, which causes this pneumatic piston to fire, which slams this door shut for 1 minute. And because I'm basically certain they'll try and get to this point by climbing from the roof on top of this tube, I've placed a shield here with another enforcement squirrel to try and deter them. And so finally, if they made it through the laser maze and everything that came before it, they've made it to Fort Nuts. And as far as I'm concerned, if they crack the safe by giving this handle a little turn, they've earned every last walnut in this bank. After the course was set up, they could definitely smell the walnuts in the vault, and then you could see them sort of working things out from the fence line. And so after 2 months of prep work, it was time to test our extensive security measures against this formidable set of 500-gram rodents. But before we do that, I just want to mention, if you've always thought it would be cool to be able to build something like a squirrel obstacle course yourself, then I've got incredible news, because a few times a year I teach a month-long creative engineering course, and enrollment for the summer session is open for a short window right now. This class covers my entire engineering design process. I'll show you every step. Over the course of a month, you're gonna watch me design and create 3 builds from scratch, but the best part is I'm gonna guide you through finishing 3 creative builds of your own. So whether you're a complete beginner or an experienced engineer, the class has been designed to meet you wherever you're at and then level up your skills. So go to monthly.com/MarkRober or use the link in the video description and then sign up, and let's hang out, making some cool stuff this summer. Now let's see some squirrels. And right out of the gate, we got him with the buffet. And as he sticks his entire face under the sneeze guard, absent-mindedly reading the sign, you can see the exact moment he realizes he might have screwed up.
People talk loud.
And the slow-mo shows Rick just really laying himself
gifted a
out.
tier 1 sub
Oh,
to
by the way,
Mr.
that's
Fredson.
Rick.
They have
All
given
4
13
squirrels have
gift
names, and
subs
more
in the
importantly,
channel.
like any crew looking to pull off a heist, they all have specific roles to play. Starting with everyone's favorite, Fat Gus, who of course is the mastermind of this operation. On a heist, this is the role of the Frank Ocean or an Ethan Hunt. Now I just have to say, for those who aren't familiar, last year I named one of the squirrels Fat Gus because he loved to eat and was a little on the hefty side. But then halfway through, I noticed he had nipples, which it turns out means he was actually a girl, and a pregnant one at that. So it was just a whole PR disaster, and I switched the name to Fantastic Gus and rephrased a few other things, but to be honest, Fantastic Gus just doesn't roll off the tongue like Fat Gus. So I asked permission to use my preferred phrasing, and as you can see, I got full consent. Next up is Rick. He's the acrobat, the grease man, the gutsy one. He's the go-to for any task that is going to require some athletic abilities. And then we've got Marty. He's the hacker. Anything with computers or bank safes, and he's your guy. But while he's really smart, he also scares pretty easy. And finally, we've got Frank with logistics. A good heist starts with a good plan. He's got the whole course memorized, and he's mapped it out and provided blueprints for the team. And so back to the course, we've got Marty the hacker here, who again is a bit skittish, so you can see he's coming in pretty cautious. But who can resist a buffet? Once again, the real magic is found in the slow-mo. Eventually they realize security was just too tight at this casino, and Rick goes straight to the twist bar. Excellent. Here's try 2. And with some motivation for the bird, he's like, I got this, I got this, I got this. I don't think I got this. The real-time replay on this one is great too. And at this point, Fat Gus is like, I'm gonna need that crate of walnuts, let me show you how it's done. Which turns out somewhat predictably. Now really frustrated, acrobat daredevil Rick tries a totally different route. But you've got to admire that effort. Logistics man Frank knows the wire connected to the fence leads to the helicopter crate, so he tries sneaking in the back door and is also forced to retreat. And finally, Marty the hacker realizes if you're just scared and you run real fast, the bar doesn't have time to spin on you. And you can see Rick just replicating the strategy. So after about 2 days, all of them can cruise through the first part of this course about this fast, and Fort Nuts was already feeling less and less secure. Fat Gus is like, wait, is this thing moving? I'm good. Here, Rick hypothesizes if he doesn't sit in the crate, it won't move. And here, he rejects that hypothesis with a legendary leap. And now is a good time to remind ourselves that squirrels are one of the few mammals that can survive a fall from any height. Because as you can see here, they make their bodies super flat to increase drag, effectively becoming their own parachute. But just in case, you okay, Rick?
Yup. All good.
And Marty the hacker, fraidy cat, is just like, yeah, I'm super not down with this. Eventually, it's the fearless leader, Fat Gus, who demonstrates the ride is definitely worth it. And soon you've got Frank and the rest of the gang following suit. Which leads us to the wall of 1,000 moving bricks. And first up, you got Fat Gus, who kicks things right off with a pull of his parachute. And Rick just barely misses. Skittish Marty gets one taste of a moving brick and absolutely yeets himself into this tree. And while there were plenty of instances where a moving brick did dump the squirrels, causing them to start over from the beginning, what was even better was Marty psyching himself out in the anticipation that a brick might move, even though the wall wasn't powered on for any of these clips. And thanks in part to the dutiful supervision of Fat Gus, eventually, like all the other challenges so far, they got it down to a science where they could cruise by the wall fairly quickly. And now's a good time to mention, the squirrels weren't the only ones attempting the course. This is Splinter the rat, and here he is with one of his buddies. He liked to make the rounds to all the houses each night, which sometimes were vacant, and sometimes they weren't. There goes Frank to chase him off his lawn. And you might have noticed the stuff in the house. The squirrels would gather nesting materials from various sources, or, somewhat hilariously, just steal from each other. Here's a bonus Santa Claus impression for all the Fat Gus fans out there. So from Splinter and his buddies to not at all creepy possums, there's a surprisingly constant variety of wildlife that passes through a suburban backyard, including a dumb dog who for some reason is much less interested in squirrels than he is my camera gear. Which is a lovely segue back to the squirrel hideout, where the heist was really just picking up steam. And after Hacker Marty had accessed the computer and lowered the ladder, Fat Gus followed behind and joined him in the vents. But in the process, a critical tool dropped down, which led to a lovely recreation of an iconic scene. And as a side note, they figured out the exit door pretty quickly, and they functioned as a one-way door exactly as intended. And now with the vents, it was Frank's time to shine. You can see here, he's just double-checking the actual air duct layouts to make sure they match the blueprints he's memorized. And once he's satisfied, he steps up, and as you can see, he nails it first try. You can just sense his confidence here. Contrast that with Marty, who's like, all right, I think it was a right, no, straight. Oh, was it left? Crap, I gotta go check the map again. And as a result, most of his runs would end up looking something like this. So here's Frank coaching him from the outside, and you can see Marty's a little defensive about it. So Frank hops in so they can work out their differences. And then with a little encouragement, he gets him going down the right way. All the while, Fat Gus continues to supervise. Focus, Marty. There you go. Which brings us to the laser maze. Here's Acrobat Rick's first approach, and he's like, yeah, that's sus. And just as expected, he climbs on top of the tube, and he's like, yeah, I totally got this. When in fact, he didn't have it. In real time, it happens so fast, it just looks like chaos. But if we slow down this second attempt, we can remind ourselves of how squirrels have mastered the laws of physics to always land on their feet. Did you catch it? The first is the locking of the head on a landing target in less than 300 milliseconds. If you go back and watch any jump from this video, that locking of their head is the first thing they always do. And the second is using conservation of angular momentum like an ice skater to pull their arms and legs in and out at the right times to rotate fast and then hold in the right orientation. Combine those two tricks with the flat body parachute and extending their legs at the last minute to absorb the shock, and they are perfectly adapted for living high in the trees. In fact, squirrels have been around for over 30 million years, and they've had to evolve relatively little in all that time. So then Rick's like, fine, I'll use the stupid tube like a normal squirrel. What is this? Oh, see, I knew this was sus. And here's Frank, who just watched what happened and therefore is appropriately cautious. But he hops right back on the saddle, and this time he nails it. And in the end, it feels appropriate that the mastermind, Fat Gus, was the first one to make it successfully through the laser maze, and then to subsequently make it to Fort Nuts. I mean, how Fat Gus is this? Falling not just for one decoy nut, but for both of them. Which paves the way for Marty the hacker to be the one to crack the safe, and as you can see here, he's pretty stoked about it. And first he just checks it out, like yep, yep, this is just like the schematic showed. And then, the big moment. Once the safe opened, these cargo nets unfurled, which just allowed better access to their loot. But interestingly, more often than not, after getting a walnut, instead of jumping off, they would go all the way back through the course. Here's Jumpy Marty exhibiting some real PTSD, even though I'd already turned off the whole system. So once again, the squirrels took the W, but as far as I'm concerned, they earned it. And I can't complain with how things turned out, cause Rick buried all his extra nuts in the yard, Marty and Frank made up and rekindled their friendship, and Fat Gus got some long-sought quality time with the bird feeder. So everyone was happy. Well, almost everyone. This is a mechanism that can feed your dog with a pull of a lever. And this is a contraption that measures the soil moisture level and then gives your plants a voice.
Hey, I need a little water over here. That's delicious. Thank you.
And this is a machine that measures how long you've been sitting and then annoys the crud out of you till you take a stretch break. This is a contraption that can draw anything on a whiteboard, and this is a secret safe for your most valuable possessions. And finally, this is a G-dang Lunchables assembly line. Are you kidding me? And what do all of those have in common? They were created by people who took my month-long creative engineering course. I just launched this class for the first time a few months ago, and it was so freaking rewarding to see what everybody learned and created as a result. For the most part. And because we got so much overwhelmingly positive feedback on the course, we're doing it again. You could sign up for it now. This class covers my full engineering design process, all the way from how I come up with an idea, to prototyping, to finalizing the build and giving it character. I show you everything that I'm thinking, everything that I'm doing, and I do it 3 times. Over the course of a month, you're gonna watch me design and create 3 totally original builds, and I'm gonna guide you through finishing 3 creative builds of your own. And this is an online class, so you can take it from anywhere and work it around your schedule, but it's fully immersive and intensive. So whether you're a working professional or you're taking the class as a family, whether you're a complete beginner or an experienced engineer, this class has been designed to meet you where you're at and then level up your skills. So go to monthly.com/markrober or use the link in the video description to see what other people had to say about their experience, and then enroll, and I'll see you in class.
Welcome. For those of you who are new here, my name is Tanner, and this is my animal room.
People talk, wow.
Alright, real quick before we get started, I just want to give you a quick rundown on everything in here just so that you know where stuff is. Got the spider vivarium there, terrarium computer desk, and terrariums. We're not talking about any of that. We got the 150 cube, working on that soon. And we've got aquariums here, patio pond, aquariums. We've got the Suriname toad tank, 600 gallon, 40 gallon rack, reptile rack, 75 rack, empty 75, we'll talk about that later, and the 350 gallon paludarium. One more thing real quick before we get started here. I've been keeping amphibians, reptiles, and fish for pretty much my entire life. Everything that you're about to see here is the combination of years worth of effort, research, and experimentation to do the best that I can to provide awesome homes for the animals that I love. I just want to throw that out there real quick though, because I've been doing it for 22 plus years, and a lot of people seem to think this stuff happens overnight, and it really doesn't. I've been working at this for a really long time, and I'm so excited to share this tour with you because I know that a lot of you've been requesting it for quite a while. So here's the state of the animal room as of 2021. Wait, if you wouldn't mind also hitting the video with a thumbs up, I'd really appreciate it. This is going to be at least an 80+ hour endeavor. Thanks. I think the best place to start is over here with the first nano rack. This neat area currently houses a lot of my smaller enclosures, but it's a work in process. I built the stand itself out of 2x4s, 2x3s, and plywood. It's actually not complete though because I want to put a little wooden strip here on the front just to make things look a little bit more dialed in. You may be thinking though, what's up with all that empty space over there? Well, I actually recently took down 2 setups that were over there to make room for new and improved ones. There of course was the upflow overflow aquarium and the skyscraper paludarium. The aquarium, as I said in the build video, was a little bit of a prototype. I had it set up for several months and I was really enjoying it, but there were a few things about it that were annoying me, and I decided, you know what, it's time to make the new and improved version of this. So I recently took it down and I'll be working on that here soon. As for the paludarium, I've been thinking for a while now that it's been set up for a few years and I think it's time to do something new. I'm really excited for what I have planned for that, but what about the setups that I have up and running right now? Up top we have the Blackwater Tetra tank. Now of all of the setups I have in the room, this is actually probably one of the more natural ones. Sure, I get a lot of inspiration from nature, I use live plants and natural elements and things, but if you were to actually go underwater and look at where these fish are in nature, this is really similar to something that you'd actually see. A lot of tannins in the water, botanicals down in the bottom, algae, sparse plantings, that sort of thing. I think it has a really cool vibe to it that's largely due to the hardscape. Even though it looks really intricate with all these roots and things like that, it actually only consists of 2 pieces of wood. Believe it or not, I actually found these locally while I was digging for a pond at my parents' house. I unearthed them and I thought to myself, you know what, these would be absolutely incredible in a setup. So I boiled them for a few hours to remove pathogens or anything like that and built the entire tank around them. And yes, I know I'm a crazy man for doing it, but I purposely put all of that duckweed up in the top. First and foremost, I really just like how it looks. The roots hanging down in the water add for a pretty cool look, and they of course shaded up on top, which adds to that black water effect. They also help with nutrient export and will keep the tank a little bit cleaner. As for the tank itself, I custom built it out of 1/4-inch thick glass that I salvaged from old aquariums. I don't know about you, but the tannic black water look in an aquarium is really appealing to me. I utilize it in a few of my tanks, but it's definitely most prominent in this one. Unfortunately, at this point, the driftwood has pretty much stopped leaching tannins, so I have to take matters into my own hands. I just steep some rooibos tea, let it cool, and add it to the tank to get this look. I may also make some for myself in the process because I really enjoy how it tastes. Just to be clear though, you can't put any old tea in your aquarium. As far as I know, this is the only one that's safe to use. Anyway, I don't only add tannins for aesthetics, the fish really enjoy it as well. Even though this tank looks desolate at first glance, it's absolutely teeming with fish. There are some X-ray tetras, golden neon tetras, ember tetras, exclamation point rasbora, and pygmy corydoras. Most of them are fairly timid and shy and hide within the scape if I'm near the tank. That is unless it's feeding time. I will say though that the tannins clearly help them feel more at home. I assume it sort of acts like a visual barrier, making them less aware of what's going on outside of the tank. It's also inhabited by an army of snails and the yellow neocaridina shrimp that were in the upflow overflow aquarium. I really enjoy these shrimp and I think they're a welcomed addition to this tank. And that's the beauty of having multiple setups. if I decide that I want to take one down, I can take those inhabitants and add them to a new tank that's already established where they can thrive exactly the same. At this point though, this one's been up and running for about 4 months now, and I hope to have it for many more because I can't get enough of this Blackwater look. On the next shelf down, I have 2 setups, including the Moss Dripwall Betta Paludarium and the Ghost Shrimp Ghost Ship Aquascape. The Paludarium is an incredible setup that I really think showcases the Betta well. This is Mia, and she's actually my wife's Betta. Anytime I get Bettas, I always buy them for the personality, and this one really spoke to me. When I bought her though, it was totally unplanned. About a month prior to that, our other Betta, Ellie, decided to jump out of the tank and passed away. I've kept several Bettas over the years and never had this happen before, but it's something I'll definitely be mindful of moving forward. And you can see with this tank I took that into consideration because the water line is much lower than the top of the tank. Anyway, after I took that setup down, I moved the other fish into the tank you saw previously. I planned on waiting longer to get Alyssa another fish, but I saw Mia at Aquashella and I knew she had to come home with me. She's incredibly beautiful, but her personality was exactly what I expect from a Betta. Active, personable, and wild. So I brought her home and I designed this setup, which I think is absolutely perfect for a Betta. Upon first glance, I'm sure you could quickly tell that this isn't your standard aquarium. It's a cube that I set up in the Paludarium format. There's a pump near the back of the scape that sends water behind a piece of driftwood, which then cascades down a moss drip wall. This helps mechanically filter the water and aids in nutrient export. This is also done through the floating plants as I explained in the previous tank and the emergent plant growth. I used a variety of plants that will readily grow in a riparian setting, meaning that they can be grown with their roots submerged in the water and the rest of the foliage growing out of the top. Doing so is one of the most effective means of filtration because of how these plants pull nutrients from the water column. In other words, the things that we typically do water changes for. Plus, in my opinion, they add a lot of depth and make for a really dynamic looking setup. These plants are anchored in place on some driftwood where their roots can then branch down into the water. These create barriers and areas of refuge for Mia to enjoy if she wants to relax. Like the previous tank, I also included leaf litter and other botanicals to make this setup more optimal for the fish. Bettas appreciate a more acidic environment, and the humic acids released by the leaves are really beneficial to their health. Another aspect of this tank that really serves no function other than to look cool is that I have a mist maker hooked up to it. Now I don't use it very often, but every now and again I'll plug it in just to make the vibe a little bit cooler. Unfortunately, Mia's going to be the only Betta that joins us in this tour because we lost Casper a few months back. I had him for about 3 years, which is pretty typical for a Betta's lifespan, so I believe he simply lived out his days. That said, I do believe he would have lived a little bit longer had I got him from a more reputable source like a private breeder or something of that nature, as opposed to one of those big box stores. As you know, they're kept in those little cups and the water conditions are less than ideal, and that can have effects on them later in life. That said, I think I'm done with longfin varieties as well. I'm typically not too crazy about longfin fish in general, but if you watch Mia how she swims through the tank and stuff, it's effortless. Whereas if you see those longfin varieties, they clearly struggle a little bit, and I don't really think that's something I want to support moving forward. Let me get off my soapbox though. I just wanted to discuss that real quick since we were talking about Bettas. Oh yeah, one more thing that I almost forgot is that I originally tried to cohab other fish with her, but she was not having it. It's something that you gotta feel out per Betta because their temperaments are completely different from fish to fish. Let's move on over to the Ghost Shrimp Ghost Ship Aquascape. This one's definitely unique compared to pretty much everything else you've seen this tour, and that it's definitely designed to not look like something natural. Its primary feature is a sunken sailboat that I built out of natural materials and other things that I knew were safe to put in a tank. Although this is not something I'd typically enjoy, there's something about the way that this one looks in the tank that I find really appealing. I think the fact that it's not made from plastic or something of that nature really helps. It's nestled atop a bed of Seiryū stones and other hardscape elements that I think really tie everything together. It also includes a ton of plants, most notably Hygrophila corymbosa. I thought this gave kind of like a kelp or deep sea vibe that really complements the boat. I also have some crypts and Suswassertong to fill in the mid-ground. Although the planting is pretty dense, I kept it primarily near the back of the scape to really frame everything in. Unfortunately though, some staghorn algae has begun to form on various elements in the tank. I should be able to get it dialed in without issue though. This is a somewhat new tank, so a little bit of algae is to be expected. As for the tank itself, it's just your standard 10-gallon tank that I de-rimmed to match the rest of the tanks. For now, it's inhabited by a small group of panda tetras, ghost shrimp, and of course a group of snails. I originally bought these fish to match with the ghost theme, but I really enjoy them after the fact. They have big personalities and a great feeding response. The shrimp, on the other hand, are pretty cool as well. They just stick to themselves and feverishly scour the tank for whatever they can find. All in all though, I think this is a fun little tank that showcases a different side of the hobby. I'm not sure how long I intend to keep it set up, but in the meantime, I'll enjoy it all the same. The fourth and final setup on this shelf is the Rainbow Shiner River Island Aquascape. This is also a custom built aquarium. I used 1/4-inch thick glass that I got from a local glass shop. I think it's a pretty cool dimension because it's really not that big of a tank, but due to the length it gives the impression that it is quite large. I also put window frost film on the sides and back for a cleaner aesthetic. All of this lends itself to a different type of scape. As the name suggests, I went for something that sort of resembles an island, meaning that I isolated the scape toward the right side of the tank. Over here I created the primary feature with a stump-like piece of driftwood. I placed various sizes of stones around it to create something that I think looks natural. I also planted the tank primarily in this area for the same reasons. I used plants like Vallisneria and Hydrocaudal that will branch out from the central location and arc over the rest of the scape. The end result is something that I think looks pretty unique and dramatic while also keeping the fish in mind. If they feel the need to hide, there's plenty of area for them to do so on this side of the tank. This rarely happens and they are full of energy, so a large open swimming area is ideal because that's where they spend the majority of their time. Speaking of the fish, this tank was specifically built for a group of rainbow shiners I got a few months back. These are incredibly beautiful fish that are native to the United States. Mine have colored up a little bit since going into this tank, but eventually they'll mature into a bright blue, purple, and red colored fish, especially the males. I also have a group of pearl danios, which in some ways resemble the shiners. The two groups work well together because both are high energy and very peaceful. Like the previous tank, this one also has a crazy feeding response. I absolutely love to watch it, and overall this tank is doing extremely well. There was one unfortunate occurrence with it though, and that's that the rainbow goby decided to jump out. That's obviously my fault because I decided to go with an open top tank. You're probably thinking to yourself though, why didn't you just put lids on these things already so that you don't have this keep happening? In reality, I've been keeping tanks like this for so many years, and it really rarely, if ever, happens. I had those two occurrences, and I honestly can't think of any others on the top of my head where I lost fish due to them jumping out. Regardless, even though I tend to overlook this and really haven't had much issues with it, I feel obliged to tell you about it because it is an actual issue to consider when you're keeping open top tanks like these. Anyway, I can't wait to see how this tank progresses and how the fish will look as they mature. Right on the other side of the wall from where we just were is another aquarium rack and a patio pond. This is another DIY setup that I did myself. It's 2x3s and a few common boards that I put together in a way that has a little bit of a shelf up on top, as well as an area for two tanks underneath. We've got the low-tech Danio Community Aquascape up top, the Volcano Rasbora Islandscape below that, and the Guppy Riparian Patio Pond to the right. The riparian pond is especially unique because of how low-tech it is, so much so that it doesn't even have a filter. All of the filtration is actually done through the riparian plants, like I described in some of the other setups, most notably this huge philodendron. There are other smaller plants in here as well. Again, these all pull nutrients out of the water in order to build and grow the plants. Periodically trimming the leaves also helps perpetuate and expedite this process once the system is established. I will say though that when running a system like this, it's really important to fertilize the plants after a certain point. Since I use tap water in all of my systems, minerals are replenished when I do water changes. However, this one's a little bit different because I almost never do them. Beside the minerals in the water, the plants are obviously powered by the bioload created by the fish. Once the plants get established and are really robust though, the bioload created by the fish is so minimal compared to what the plants process. This is great news for the fish because it means that the water remains very stable with minimal effort on your end. This takes us back to the fertilizer though. After a certain point, the plants will deplete pretty much all of the nutrients from the system and they'll start showing deficiencies like this leaf. Now of course you don't need to wait for that to happen, but I'd recommend at least waiting a little bit before you do. The crazy thing is though that I've had this set up for almost 6 months and I hadn't fertilized it all until last week. Since then I've had several new leaves pop up and they're looking really good. Anyway, making something like this is fairly easy to do and relatively inexpensive. The main base in here is just a large planter pot. Inside of it I got 2 terracotta pots. The one on the bottom is used for a riser and the one on top I have filled with substrate for the plants. I drilled holes in the planter so the roots can grow out into the water column and so this isn't wasted space for the fish. The roots also create an incredible network for the fish and fry to live within. As such, we've had a few generations of babies pop up in here since I've added the guppies. The first happened shortly after I added them and they're more or less adults now, and the second one happened pretty recently. I was really excited to see all of this, but it's what you could expect when you're keeping fancy guppies. Since they've bred a few times already and no doubt will continue doing so, I recently added 5 more females in here to increase diversity and minimize inbreeding. At some point I'll inevitably have to start pulling them from this so it doesn't become overpopulated, but for now it could handle a decent amount more. Keeping fish in this way is actually pretty easy and fun to do. The major con is probably pretty obvious though, you're only able to see the fish from overhead. That makes some things a little more challenging, but it's obvious the fish don't care how well you're able to see them. My only caution when working with a system like this, especially if you've never done so already, is to experiment with the plants a little bit first prior to adding the fish. Sometimes plants struggle to acclimate to the riparian conditions and can foul the water. The last thing worth mentioning about this one is that the light that I have overhead here is a deformable LED shop light. I just put it inside of a wicker basket here to make it look a little more appealing. The Danu aquascape here is one of my favorites because of the awesome jungle vibe. There's a lot of hardscape that's complemented by various plants and a variety of different inhabitants. The largest and most prominent plant is in the dead center, the dwarf aquarium lily. It's a beautiful plant that makes a big impact in just about any tank. If you want to keep it looking pristine though, make sure to add root tabs every now and again. A few other highlights are the Subathon and Bucephalandra. The hardscape on the other hand consists of Mupani wood and one of my personal favorites, pagoda stone. I think the combination of those elements and the plants makes for a really intricate design that gives you a lot to look at. As such, there's always something new to see and enjoy. This intricacy gives the inhabitants so many places to explore and swim around through. In addition to that, the majority of them are quite small, which gives an interesting sense of scale. There are several types of fish in here, including gold-ringed tin-one-eyed danio, which are rare and incredibly beautiful. There's a smaller variety of danio, and who I primarily built this tank for. There's a group of green Cabotai rasbora as well. I also have a breeding colony of red cherry shrimp and a few massive Amano shrimp. And let's not forget about the snails. I absolutely love them and I gotta include them in just about every tank because they're so beneficial. This tank is a lot of fun and I absolutely love watching it. Despite a little bit of algae here and there, I think it's a pretty attractive scape. I'm sure at some point I'll do a refresh on it, but I don't intend on taking it down anytime soon. Right below it I've got the Volcano Rasbora Island scape. This is probably one of the more striking designs in the entire room. The background consists of a heavily planted forest, which is contrasted by bright white sand in the front. I created this look by building up 2 islands of sorts in the back of the tank with Hakai stone. This is a really desirable stone to scape with that has an awesome aquamarine hue to it. I think the combination and contrasts of these looks makes for a really unique design. I kept it simple with this tank and it's inhabited by a single group of fish, the Volcano Rasbora. These are fairly uncommon fish that are deceptively beautiful. At first glance you might look at them and think, yeah, that's just another random silver fish. Maybe so, but let's take a closer look. As they turn and move around, they have an incredible iridescence about them that reveals a plethora of various subtle colors. These fish are somewhat shy, but they become ravenous once you drop food in the tank. They quickly make it to the top and attack the water's surface like a pack of sharks. That's one of the reasons why I love this tank. I think the fish are really incredible and are showcased so nicely in this setup. That said, I do have to get in here and do some serious maintenance. It's been a while since I've trimmed the plants, so the moss is looking kind of stringy, some unsightly leaves and little patches of algae here and there, but all of that can be addressed really easily. So at some point I'll do that, but all in all I'm really enjoying the progress on this tank. Before we continue on that side of the room, let's go over here real quick and take a look at the jumping spider. This enclosure, like most other things down here in the animal room, is 100% DIY. The tank itself is primarily made out of glass that's assembled like any other enclosure. The difference came when I included pieces of wood to create a door mechanism. It has hinges, a little handle, and magnets that lock the door shut. When I'm making tanks like this, I prefer to have a door that opens up on a hinge like this, as opposed to sliders to maximize visibility. The only obstruction on this one is the spaces between the glass. You'll notice that there's a small canopy on top that's outfitted with lights and ventilation to keep it from getting too hot. Inside of the tank is your typical bioactive setup, which I'll discuss more on later. There's leaf litter on the bottom for the cleanup crew, live plants, moss, and of course a custom background. I carved this all out of polystyrene to create a rocky texture. Then I went back and painted it with various layers of Drylock latex paint. The end result is something that I think looks reasonably real and makes for a cool looking design. And although I originally designed this for my late ghost mantis, it was a perfect fit for my newly acquired bull jumping spider. As of now, she's still unnamed, but for those of you who are unfamiliar with her story, the way I got her was kind of unexpected. I brought home a plant from a local store and set it in the room behind me. I kept seeing movement on the leaves. Once I took a closer look though, I found a little spider jumping from leaf to leaf. Originally I was just going to capture her and let her go outside, but I got to thinking, I've never kept a spider before or anything like that, so why don't I give it a try? Prior to this, I had her housed in a different setup. She lived in there for about a month or so until one day I accidentally left the door open and she escaped into the animal room. By some miracle I was able to find her a few days later and she's lived in this enclosure ever since. I never thought I'd enjoy keeping a spider, but here I am saying I've enjoyed keeping a spider. She's a very inquisitive creature, fun to watch, and believe it or not, very personable. If you're ever lucky enough to come across one in your house and you like keeping these sorts of animals, maybe give it a try sometime. I think you'd be surprised. Moving on from where we were previously is this large aquarium here. This is a 110 tall that rests on yet another custom DIY stand. It opens from the top to access the tank, has doors on the bottom to the sump, and everything frames in the tank. This gives the illusion that it's a piece of furniture as opposed to a glass box with a plastic frame on it. Inside of the tank lives a very special group of animals. A pair of Suriname toads that I've named Pancake and Flapjack. Pancake is much larger and typically has a more even, brighter coloration about her. Flapjack on the other hand is a bit smaller, has a darker and more splotched coloration. We named them as such because when we got them last year they were much flatter. Even though they are still kind of flat given their overall size, they've really filled in since last year. I didn't realize to what extent that was until I did the updated build here last week. I put them in this new tank though because it's more appropriate for their breeding behaviors. Although I don't know if they'll be successful, I've noticed amplexus every now and again and they're almost always together, so maybe one day we'll get to see that happen. By the way, for those of you who didn't know, these are the toads that give birth out of their back. I know a lot of people cringe about it, but I think it's pretty interesting. Anyway, as for the rest of the tank, I was able to pull off this look using a Universal Rocks background. It's basically a really thin piece of rubber that looks like a rocky wall with vines all over it. I also added a few pieces of wood to mimic the look of tree roots. Using these materials allowed me to maximize the footprint and also get a really dramatic look. You'll also notice that I included leaf litter on the bottom of the tank. Since the toads mimic leaves when they bury down in them, you almost can't notice them unless you take a really close look. I just can't get enough of these creatures and that cute little face. I mean, look at that thing and tell me you think otherwise. We'll skip over a few enclosures for now and come over here to the reptile rack. What you're seeing is a rack with 4 individual plywood enclosures on it. I designed it in a way that keeps everything separate while looking like a single cohesive unit. The main feature that made this possible was building the canopy into the stand as opposed to in the tanks. That way all of the lighting and other components outside of the tank are not isolated to a small area. The enclosures are all custom built out of wood and sealed on the inside with liquid rubber to make them waterproof. All 4 of them more or less use the same design with minor modifications to accommodate the difference in size. The ones up top have swing open doors which allows for max visibility, and that's one of the reasons why I so avidly DIY my vivariums especially. If you look at the ones on the market, a lot of times they have all these obstructions and ugly things that really distract from the view, whereas something like this you can look into the tank and see it in its entirety. Like the smaller one I showed earlier, these ones also include magnets. As such, they'll lock on contact without using latches or anything of that nature. All 3 of them are outfitted with circulation fans overhead. They're set on timers to turn on throughout the day and keep air moving for the geckos. I also have LED light strips over the top for the plants and UVB lights for basking. I've kept these geckos with UVB on and off over the years. Traditionally speaking, since they're nocturnal, it was often viewed as unnecessary. I don't know to what extent they'll benefit from having this because it's not anything that I can see with my own eyes, but in reality, pretty much all reptiles are going to benefit from some amount of UV. So again, I don't really know how helpful or necessary this even is, but on my constant pursuit to provide better for my animals, I figured I might as well do it. I have a single New Caledonia gecko in all 3 of these tanks, and all of them have their own unique story. I think we'll start out on the right with Henry. This little guy is a crested gecko. He's so personable, and of the 3, he appreciates my presence the most. Every night when it's time to care for them, he usually comes up to the front of the tank for attention. This isn't always the case, but he's the only one of the 3 that comes to me. And the funny thing is that I love him so much, but I actually never intended on getting a crested gecko. Now I have 2 of them and a gargoyle gecko. Anyway, an opportunity arose where I was able to adopt him, so I did. He was a baby at the time and really skittish. Roughly 8 years later, and we formed a very special bond. He appears to genuinely like my presence and even likes pets. A lot of you often ask, how do I get these types of behaviors out of my animals? Well, it can only happen if you respect your animal's space, don't push your boundaries, and make sure they have positive experiences. You can do that by providing them with a proper, enriching home, but also by spending time observing their behaviors. Even though they can't talk, you can learn a lot from your animals simply by watching. Being able to adopt and give better homes to animals that otherwise wouldn't get the love they deserve is something I try to do when I can, and another animal I did that for was Cynthia, the gargoyle gecko. Cynthia's story is a little different than Henry's though, because she lived with her previous owner for 5 to 6 years prior to joining our family. She had very little human interaction during that time, and it's really evident. She's essentially a wild animal that lives in this room. I've tried to work with her, providing positive interactions, nice homes, food, etc. Despite all of my efforts though, little progress has been made. I will say that she's not quite as flighty as she was a few years ago, but I don't think she appreciates my presence at all. Every now and again we'll lock eyes while I'm taking care of her, but it never takes long for her to retreat to one of her hiding places. I'll continue to be patient and work with her because the reality is that I'll probably have her for another 15 years or more. That said, I've pretty much accepted the fact that she might always be this way. Delilah, on the other hand, is the only one of the 3 that I bought for myself. I raised her up from a baby, and now she's around 4 years old. She's not quite as excitable as Henry, but in general she has a very calm demeanor about her. She doesn't flee at my presence and tolerates handling quite well. I don't think she craves it quite like Henry, but I will say that it appears she likes pets as well. I know there's no way that I can prove it, but I honestly think that they do. Delilah is extremely beautiful, especially when she's fired up. This typically happens at night when there's a spike in humidity after spraying. I keep all 3 of these geckos the same way and in the same size tanks. These all measure 24 inches long by 24 inches wide by 24 inches tall, which is a pretty good footprint. This gives them plenty of room to climb, jump, explore, and hide if they want to. I think oftentimes when we're keeping these animals, we think since they're arboreal we should go taller, and that definitely works, but a little bit of width they're going to appreciate as well. The tanks all more or less have the same plants as well. I put plenty of Cryptanthus down on the bottom because they're really robust. I've also included Pothos and Falsaralia, which can both be found on New Caledonia, where the geckos are from. I included some umbrella plants as well, which when combined with the Falsaralia, create a great canopy overhead, which I think the geckos appreciate. Like the spider vivarium, these tanks include custom-made backgrounds as well. I carved them out of foam and painted them using the same techniques. These combined with various types of driftwood and plants, I think makes for a pretty natural look. The variety in these environments helps stimulate and enrich the animals, which facilitates more natural behaviors. Speaking of nature, I've designed these enclosures to function just like it. Down in the bottom is a thriving colony of isopods and springtails that do a number of things. They break down various organics ranging from these leaves to the animal's poop and uneaten food. In fact, when the geckos are done eating, I bury their food dishes, which are biodegradable, under the leaves. Here they're processed by the cleanup crew and turned into fertilizer for the plants. This creates a natural cycle which keeps the tanks clean with minimal effort. Other than adding new leaves, trimming the plants, and general care for the geckos, I really don't have to do much of anything. And that's the beauty of going bioactive. It's not always the best solution, but for small to medium animals like these geckos, it can be a really good option. Below those tanks is where I keep Houdini, my blotched king snake, and things are done a little bit differently down here. He too lives in a bioactive enclosure that's very similar to the ones you just saw. It has a custom carved and painted background, natural elements like leaf litter, plants, etc. The difference is though that Dean creates more waste than the geckos. And although the cleanup crew can and will process it, it takes much longer. The geckos' poop won't last for more than a day or two, while Dean's would last for at least a week. This really isn't ideal, so whenever he does poop, I'll go in his tank and clean it out. Lucky for me, he usually goes in his custom-made water bowl. That way I can remove it without really disrupting much of anything. Doing it this way allows us to get the benefits of the cleanup crew, while also not allowing excess waste to spoil the tank. His tank is also different because it includes a ceramic heat emitter and no circulation fans. This isn't set up to be a humid environment, so air circulation isn't quite as important. Plus, his tank has side ventilation while the geckos don't. He also has some slate down in the bottom which collects heat from above that he can lay on at night for some belly warmth. The challenge with this one though was setting it up in a way to where he doesn't disrupt the plants. The solution was actually kinda easy though. I just made planter baskets and filled them with gravel so he can't move them. Dean is currently the oldest animal in the room and I've had him for about 14 years. I raised him up from a baby so he's very habituated to people. He doesn't bite and is generally really chill unless food's in the picture. He turns absolutely savage then, but otherwise he's a pretty calm and inquisitive snake. As such, I tried to fill his enclosure with a lot of things to stimulate his mind through exploration. I haven't done it yet, but at some point I want to get in his enclosure and rearrange things a little bit. Doing so will encourage his desire to explore, and it's something I should probably do more regularly. It was a lot easier to do in his old setup, and I noticed that it was something that boosted his curiosity. Certainly not a requirement, just a little anecdotal thing that I've picked up on over the years. I should also mention for those of you who are new here that shortly after I got him when I was young, he actually escaped from the tank. I hadn't seen him for many months, but one day my dad found him outside under a trash can. That happened because I didn't have clamps on the lid. Needless to say, I take proper precautions these days, and I have a lock on his sliding doors. Moving back over this way, we have my custom-built 600-gallon vivarium. Now I wanted to show the other ones prior to this one because this uses the exact same design as those ones, but obviously it's much bigger. It's 6 feet wide, 2 feet from front to back, and 7.5 feet tall from floor to ceiling. I built it primarily out of reclaimed materials, so really the only thing I had to pay for was the glass. It includes a custom carved background like the previous ones, a ton of hardscape and other elements that make for a really cool sort of canopy feel, and obviously by looking at it, a ton of plants. I have a lot of incredible plants in here, from string of turtles to various margravia, a batwing passion flower, and Cebu blue pothos to name a few. As you would come to expect by now, it's set up to be bioactive and everything like that. Since I was working at such a large scale here, I really wanted to design this in a way that if you're walking around in the forest or something like that, couldn't you just see this right next to you? You're just walking next to these trees, all these plants and stuff growing on it. I don't know, that's what I wanted to create, and I think I did a pretty decent job doing that. For now, it's the biggest enclosure in the room, but it's only a few months old, so I haven't stocked it yet. I can't wait to get it stocked though, because the are going to absolutely love this environment. I can picture them utilizing all of the climbing spaces, jumping around and different things like that. It's just going to be a really cool thing to see. And this is actually a pretty easy environment to take care of. There are a few hiccups that I had to address early on in the process, but overall it's doing really well and I cannot wait to see how it progresses. Anyway, that's all for a different video though. For now, let's take a look at the 40-gallon rack over here. This was built using the same exact design from the Suriname toad rack. Again, I set it up so that all the aquariums look like they're framed in by the wood. It holds 3 40-gallon breeder aquariums that house various incredible animals. The only thing about this one is I went a little bit overboard with the finishes because it was the first one that I did, so I'll probably address that at some point in the future so that it's a little bit more subtle to match the other ones. Anyway, up top here we have the Pea Puffer Jungle Aquascape. and even me just standing here with the lights and stuff, they're curious about what's going on. And that's one of the things to love about these animals, but we'll talk about that here in a little bit. For those of you who didn't follow the saga of this tank, it was a little bit of a rough go. It's been set up for around a year now, but I was having serious issues with algae at first. I just couldn't get it to stop overtaking the tank, and it made it look really terrible. The fish probably didn't care either way, but I was so fed up with how it looked that I almost took it down completely and started from scratch. Good thing I didn't though, because after several months of blacking out the tank and manually removing the algae, I got things dialed in, and here we are now. I still have to get some more plants in here, but overall I really like the look and feel of it. And it really resembles the original vision that I had for this tank. When I was originally setting this up, it was really important to include a lot of plants and hardscape to create visual barriers for the fish. This houses 12 pea puffers, which can be temperamental towards each other. With enough space and visual barriers though, you shouldn't have any issues with that at all. The group that I have clearly has a dominance hierarchy, but regardless they live peacefully together. I should mention that I resisted buying these for a really long time. Every time my wife and I would go into a fish store, she'd always want me to get these, and I just really wasn't feeling it because I know they're a little bit finicky at eating and that sort of thing, but eventually I decided to do it, and I'm really glad that I did. They're very personable, really inquisitive, and absolutely adorable. And as the name suggests, even when they're full grown, they're hardly bigger than a pea. That definitely adds to the appeal, but for such a small animal, they have big personalities. And they're absolutely savage when it comes to food. They fight over the worms and make a total mess. It's hilarious though. The only problem though is that they're picky eaters and will only eat bloodworms, brine, and mysis shrimp. That's all good and well, but lucky me, I'm allergic to all three of those things, especially bloodworms. Naturally, those are their favorite. Oh well, gotta do what you gotta do to make the buddies happy. Moving down, we have one of my all-time favorite builds in the room, the fire-bellied toad paludarium. This is actually the second rendition of this build. A lot went into creating the look that you see here, but I think the results speak for themselves. The entire background and scape itself is built up using dragonstone. Using that allowed me to create a really unique look that I think showcases these animals well. Behind the rocks on the background is an overflow box that spills over to create this moss drip wall. After some time to grow in, it looks absolutely lush and serves as a hangout spot for the toads. Every now and again when I peer into the tank, I'll see them sitting up in this area and just looking over the entirety of the scape. If you look up front here, I also built the islands out of dragonstone. Simply put, I built up a ring of stones and filled up the interior with a substrate. There I was able to add the plants, driftwood, and all of the elements that you see here. The end result is something that looks incredible, functions really well, and looks unique. This is probably actually the lowest maintenance thing in the entire animal room. I've maybe done 2 or 3 water changes on it in the year that it's been set up, and I probably didn't even need to do those. Anyway, the whole reason that I designed it like this was not to look cool. It's actually for a functional purpose. I wanted the toads to be able to have barriers and separate areas to hang out because they can get sort of temperamental towards each other. They're not the only things living in this tank though. If we move down into the water feature, you see a plethora of movement. This area also includes a few plants, leaf litter, and other components that add texture and interest. You'll find a breeding group of white-clawed mountain minnows swimming through all of these details. There's also a bit of a deformed zebra danio that was mixed in with them when I bought them. There's also some ram's horn snails, a mono shrimp, and red cherry shrimp. All of this combined together makes for a cool little display in the water feature, but the stars of this tank are of course the fire-bellied toads. I've actually had them for around 10 years now, and they're absolute characters. They bebop all around the tank, bicker among each other, and will jump all over the tank to get whatever I feed. That said, the vibe is pretty big when these guys are chilling out, and I mean if I was their size and hanging out in there, I'd probably be doing the same thing. Frogs in general are my favorite type of animal, and these ones are no exception. They're just so much fun to have around. Moving down to the third and final tank, we have a biotope style aquarium. Several months back, I bought a group of Ameca splendens, or the butterfly splitfin, which is an incredible fish. They originate from a very small area within the Ameca River Basin in Mexico. Unfortunately, these fish are practically extinct in the wild due to habitat loss and activities around the river. They are being bred in captivity though, so even if they were to go extinct, they'll live on in the fish keeping hobby. And just to clarify, these are not wild caught animals, and any specimens that you're going to find are not going to be wild caught, they're going to be captive bred. Anyway, because of the state of this fish, I thought it'd be cool to set them up in a biotope style aquarium to give homage to where they come from. I did some research to determine what type of materials are in the waters that they come from, and I did my best to replicate that environment. The water that they come from is very hard due to limestone, so I used exclusively limestone rocks and limestone sand to create the majority of their scape. I did have to take liberty with the driftwood though, and used some that's not found in their area. I really wanted to include it though because I think it helps create that riverbank type of feel that I was going for. It's planted exclusively with hornwort, which can be found in the areas that they're from. Since I set this up, it's really grown in and kind of taken on a life of its own. Originally I was trying to manicure it and make it look a certain way, but I thought to myself, you know what? If this is supposed to be a biotype style aquarium, I should just kind of let it do its own thing. The plants have covered the top of the tank and kind of frame everything in a way that looks pretty cool. They're always zooming around, exploring the rocky crevices, and have really cool personalities. I wish these were a more common fish in the hobby because they're pretty easy to keep, have a really unique look about them, and as I said earlier, just have awesome personalities. These are live bears, so just like others, they'll readily breed in captivity. We probably gotta wait till some of the smaller ones reach maturity though, but I can't wait to see that happen. Moving over, we have yet again another rack, and this one houses two 75-gallon tanks. The one on the bottom though, you'll notice is empty, and this is where the Suriname toads were previously. If you got any ideas on what you want to see in here, let me know down in the comments. Let's take a look up top though and see what Samson is up to. Samson's my 5-year-old giant African bullfrog. He's a total character, will eat anything he can fit in his mouth, and is a total unit. At roughly 7 inches long, he's not quite full grown, but he's pretty big. He's got probably about another 2 inches or so to grow until he maxes out. Despite this size, the 75-gallon tank is more than adequate for him because they don't move around very much. He'll spend a few weeks in the water at a time until he makes his way up to the land area. He'll sit in a single spot up there until he poops or pees, where he'll then make his way back down to the water and the cycle continues. This makes it easy for me because if he was up here and moved into the water, I know that means it's time for me to clean up this area. I would say though that on average he probably spends more time in the water. And the habits I just described are what I designed the tank around. I wanted him to have a decent sized water feature, but I also included a few areas where he can hide within it and feel secure. I also of course have the land area where he can go to dry out a bit or dig a hole and relax. This is another setup where I didn't really think it made sense to go the DIY route because I really wanted to maximize the space within here. Although I do have some plants in here, they don't look quite as nice as they could because he's not so light on his feet. Although he'd be fine to live in here for his entire life, I think at some point I'd like to upgrade him to a bigger setup. It's not going to happen anytime soon, but I could definitely see him in something maybe twice this size or 3 times this size and just go absolutely crazy with it. Maybe we could get him a girlfriend too, who knows? And moving over to the final setup in the entire room, my 350-gallon paludarium. This is the second largest tank in all of the room, and it's probably one of my favorites as well. It's a very elaborate setup, and one of the only tanks in the room that I didn't build myself or heavily modify to fit my vision and the animal's needs. Instead, I teamed up with custom aquariums to design this tank. Or maybe I should say that I came up with the design and they built it for me. Either way, it's here now. The whole reason I went through all of that to make this tank was for my silver dollars. At this point, I've had them now for at least 6 years, and I always wanted to keep them in a planted aquarium. If you know anything about silver dollars though, they're really not a planted tank type of fish. They'll just kind of go through and shred it all up. There is a loophole though, just put all the plants above the rim, and that's exactly what I did. Since the tank is so large, I was able to go with a lot of larger plants like peace lilies, monstera, and calathea to name a few. I used a lot of driftwood to create shelves of sorts just under the waterline for the plants to rest on. Doing this allowed me to get all of this riparian growth. It also acts like an overhang and sort of like a riverbank that deters the fish from jumping. That's one of the reasons why there's also a foot of space between the top of the water and the top of the front piece of glass. Had I taken the water all the way up to the glass or the glass down to the water, the fish definitely would have jumped out. The other option would have been to have opening doors from the front or something like that, but I just thought that it would have taken away from the look. So all of this allowed me to, in a roundabout way, create a planted tank for my silver dollars. And in some ways, I gotta say that I probably like this better than a traditional aquarium. There's just something about the plants bursting out of the top that creates this really unique look that makes you see past the tank itself and see it as more than just an aquarium or a paludarium or something like that. I could have stopped there, but I also included a drip wall in the background. This adds another layer of depth and interest that sets the tank apart. On some areas of this drip wall are dense patches of moss which look absolutely incredible. Over time it will continue creeping around and further naturalize the look. And although the tank is being filtered by a sump underneath, I'd have to wager that pretty much the majority of the filtration is being done by these plants. Since they're so large and established, they're absolutely demolishing any excess nutrients in the water. Because of all of this, I was able to stock this tank pretty heavily. As you could probably tell, that's not really how I do things around here, but this tank is an exception. And I gotta say that I honestly don't have any clue how many fish are actually in here. It's somewhere in the 120 to 150 range, if I had to guess. There's of course the group of silver dollars I mentioned earlier, a few lace catfish, a bristlenose pleco, some ancient pearl gourami, Congo tetra, blacktail hemiotis, a brown ghost knifefish named Maxwell, a breeding colony of bronze corridoras, and a large school of at least 50 longfin serpent tetras. As I said earlier, I'm really not too crazy about long-finned fish, but the opportunity came up to where I could get them, so I did. These are known to be an avid fin nipper, but if kept in large enough schools, like this one, then they'll bicker amongst each other and leave all of the other fish alone. Thus, I'm able to keep them in this tank without any issues. It might sound like a ridiculous group of fish because, I mean it is, but they actually work pretty well together. My favorite fish in the entire tank though is Maxwell, the brown ghost knifefish. I don't know if I'll even be able to get footage of him because he's very elusive. He pops out at night to get food and disappears till the next day. He's got to be close to about 8 inches at this point, so where he hides, I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. I really like the overall look and feel of this tank because it's much different than what you would typically see. I think it's a great way to really push the boundaries of this hobby and show what's possible. And believe it or not, it's actually really easy to take care of. Much like all of the other aquariums in the room, it gets about a 30% water change once a month. That's pretty much it. And that's the animal room as of December 2021. I hope you all enjoyed the tour. I definitely had a fun time going around showing you all the updates on everything because it's been a while since we've done it and I just couldn't be happier with how everything's turning out down here. It's been a long time coming to get a lot of the animals into these setups and to just get this overall cohesive look, but I think things are finally coming around full circle. I'm working on a lot of other big projects behind the scenes. The 150 cube, we got to do something with this 75 gallon, and I'm working on some tanks to go above the Suriname toads, so stay tuned for all of that. And you know, some nights when I come down here and I just look around, I'm in awe by it all. I feel so lucky and blessed and humbled that I get to do this for a living, and I have all of you to thank for it. I so appreciate your continued support over all the years, watching, commenting, liking, subscribing, all that stuff, and I just can't thank you enough. But that's all I got for you in this one. Again, I hope you all enjoyed the tour. Let me know what tank is your favorite, what you want to see next, and until next time, Serpa Squad, take care and peace.
In the northern reaches of the Kruger National Park, life depends on one thing: water. In a land burdened by heat and drought, a single ribbon cuts its reliable course through the wilderness. It's a lifeline to all creatures, great and small. In the height of the dry season, everything must come to the river. From dawn to dusk, animals converge on the banks of the Levuvu as it winds its way through the many habitats of an area known as Pafuri. On a sandy riverbank in the far north of the world-famous Kruger National Park, a white-crowned lapwing strides through its territory. He and his mate control half a mile of riverbank. It's the height of the dry season, and the water level is at its lowest. The best time for nesting on the sandy banks. The Lapwings River is called the Luvuvu, and it flows through a very special piece of wilderness known as the Pafuri. Situated in the northeast of South Africa, Kruger National Park covers some 7,500 square miles. The Pafuri lies in the most northerly reaches of this expanse. It's sandwiched between two rivers, the Limpopo to the north and the Luvuvu to the south. Here, lush lowlands feed herds of grazers, and iconic forests grow tall and green. Where less water gathers, hardier plants grow, adding to Pafuri's incredible biodiversity. Although it makes up just 1% of Kruger's total area, Pafuri is home to 75% of all the greater park species. Among these, some creatures stand out. From species rarely seen in the rest of the reserve, to great herds of its iconic characters. But above all the others, it's Pafuri's birds that set this place apart. More than 450 species make their homes here, the greatest diversity anywhere in Kruger. For many tropical African species, this is the most southerly extent of their range. It's midwinter and the height of the dry season. After a protracted drought, the Great Limpopo River stands dry. But the Luvuvu still flows, making it a busy watering point for birds and animals alike. And the lapwings have done well to secure a spot on the banks. For almost all wildlife, each day includes a trip to the river during this trying time of year. As morning dawns in Pafuri, a herd of waterbuck grazes on the marshy floodplain. With the males weighing up to 550 pounds, these are among Africa's most heavy-set antelope. They fuel their bulk by feeding on the most protein-rich grasses and herbs they can find. And during the dry season, it's the floodplain that provides. All this protein builds up a thirst, and waterbuck are among the most water-dependent of all antelope. As the day heats up, they'll move down to the Levuvu to drink. If not for the river, they couldn't survive here through the dry season. The river flows from west to east across the park, shaping the landscape and attracting its wildlife. Here in the west of Pafuri, it's carved a deep canyon through the rock. Known as Lana Gorge, it's testament to the Levuvu's steady flow over the millennia. Further downstream to the east, the rocky sides give way to sandy riverbed. Here, a young bull elephant has arrived early to quench his thirst. Pafuri, with its perennial water sources and green growth, is famous for its resident elephant herds. But this bull has left his herd, and for now he leads a more solitary existence. Social contact is an integral part of elephant life, and he will have spent his first 15 years in the company of his mother, siblings, aunts and cousins. As he moves down the river, he smells the air for signs of other elephants. If he can find a group of other bachelors, he may join them for the sake of companionship. But for now, he's on his own. Just downstream, another group of social creatures makes their home. White-fronted bee-eaters live in small families consisting of a breeding pair and up to 5 related birds that'll help them raise their chicks. In a few months, when early summer brings the rains, they'll dig more nests like these into the riverbank to lay their eggs. The rain will trigger a flush of insect life, and there'll be plenty of food to feed their chicks. For now, the adults can support themselves on the insects around the river. The little water in the Levuvu is enough to attract a range of water birds, and each starts its day by finding food in its own way. A pair of African jacanas treads delicately at the water's edge. Their long toes help distribute their weight on floating plant life. Together, the pair controls a territory along the bank, and it gives them all the insects they need. A pair of Egyptian geese forages on aquatic plants growing in a stream. They get stuck in, reaching down for the tastiest morsels. He's He's after creatures living among the river vegetation. He prefers a breakfast of tadpoles, but he snaps up aquatic invertebrates too. For a three-banded plover, it's all about covering ground. He moves quickly along, pecking at the water's surface for insects and their larvae. It'll take a lot of this tiny prey to fill his belly. While some are enjoying the river's ample food supply, a great egret is finding things trickier. It's after fish and amphibians, but they're proving elusive. Perhaps another spot will be more productive. It readies itself for the strike, but fails again. With one last effort, he comes up with a morsel. It's not much, but it's a start. While most of the birds feed on small life, there are others here looking for bigger prey. The banks are lined with the scaly bodies of Nile crocodiles sunning themselves. Since the Limpopo River to the north dried up, many of the resident crocs have moved into the Luvuvu. Here the water still flows deep enough to sustain them. They're best known for ambushing prey from beneath the surface. But crocodiles will feed on fish too. They use their powerful tails to pursue their prey underwater. Despite their fearsome appearance, many other creatures seem comfortable in the presence of the crocodiles. A flutter of butterflies cuts a sharp contrast with the rugged reptiles. They're gathered to filter nutrients from the bank's muddy puddles. The winged gathering attracts a crowd of its own. Bee eaters. The picky birds scrape the wings from their prey before devouring them. The bee-eater family will join forces with neighboring families to defend their foraging territory against other bee-eaters. The river's water is a magnet to insects in the dry season, and the bee-eaters can't risk sharing their private food store. For many animals, Pafuri has lots to offer beyond the Luvuvu. The teenage bull leaves the river to make his way through the bush, looking for companions. But he doesn't get far before his stomach distracts him. A full-grown elephant bull can weigh up to 5 tons. His dinner plate-sized feet are specially evolved to support this massive weight, with thick cushions of fatty and fibrous tissue to absorb the pressure. His trunk is the perfect tool for reaching the best leaves high in the trees. The riverside vegetation is his first snack on his day's quest for company. Pafuria has other food reserves in plenty for an elephant, including one type of tree in particular that the park is famous for. Known as fever trees, their smooth yellow-green bark is unmistakable. Early settlers found that people traveling or living near these trees contracted terrible fevers. They blamed the trees themselves for the illness, but the blame was misplaced. Fever trees favor moist areas and often grow near swamps, the favorite breeding grounds for the real culprits, malaria-carrying mosquitoes. The dense stands of picturesque tall fever trees are icons of the Pafuri. They thrive in the alluvial soils of the floodplain and are regularly inundated with water when the rivers break their banks. These serene, shady forests are a favorite feeding place for many at this time of year. A lone eland grazes quietly on the undergrowth. Not far away, a massive elephant bull disturbs the peace. He strides through the forest in a foul mood. And it soon becomes clear why. He has a handicap to his most powerful tool. It's an old injury to his trunk, possibly caused by a crocodile's jaws, but more likely, a poacher's snare. He can't fully extend it vertically to reach leaves. But like all elephants, he has the strength to bring them down to his level. Once he chooses a tree, his incredible power takes care of the rest. With the leaves at ground level, he's finally able to satisfy his agitating hunger. eaten his fill, he moves slowly off through the forest. Beyond the fever trees, a herd of African buffalo grazes out in the open. The grasses grow tall on the floodplain, but they're dry and tough at this time of year. This doesn't faze the buffaloes. They prioritize quantity over quality and can subsist on coarser fodder than most grazers. The herd is a moving restaurant for oxpeckers that pick away at pests and parasites. Despite the adults' impressive horns, the herd is wary of predators, for the buffaloes have youngsters with them. Eventually, they've had enough time in the open and head for the cover of Mopani thicket. These dense woodlands thrive on Pafuri's higher ground and add yet another habitat to the park. Mopani is well known for its ability to withstand dry conditions. In the heat of the day, the butterfly-like leaves fold closed to reduce the surface exposed to the sun and minimize water loss from evaporation. They're also a fantastic source of protein for Pafuri's animals. But today it's a brown snake eagle that makes best use of the golden trees. It could perch up here for hours, searching its surroundings with piercing eyes for its favorite prey of snakes. When it spots one, it'll swoop down from its perch, crush the snake's spine, and swallow it head first. For now, it stretches its feathers leisurely and surveys the comings and goings below. With raptors like these around, Pafuri's smaller inhabitants must keep a careful eye out. In the woodlands nearby, a deserted termite mound is home to a pack of dwarf mongooses. As the day heats up, the adults emerge from their burrow, one by one. A communal latrine outside the entrance gives a clear scent sign that this home is taken. At less than 8 inches long, they have little defense against predators. But the family of 14 watches each other's backs. Sentries take to higher ground to get the best vantage point possible. Vigilance is key. There are pups to protect. They're the offspring of the dominant male and female, and they're around 6 weeks old. The whole pack works together to raise them. This includes the crucial tasks of babysitting and standing guard. Subordinate females help suckle the young, some without ever having been pregnant themselves. The rest of the pack heads out to scratch for prey with their long claws. In the undergrowth of the dry woodland, there's plenty of food to be had. A millipede, known locally as a shongololo, would be a juicy snack. Despite its many legs, it's a slow mover. It must make good its escape before the mongooses sniff it out. The little hunters do most of their foraging on the ground, and the millipede makes a lucky choice in climbing up a tree to safety. While the mongooses carry out their scuttling hunt, others plod slowly and steadily through the morning. An elephant mother is on the move with 2 youngsters. They've drifted from the herd to search the dry woodland for good fodder. Only the younger calf is the cow's offspring. It stays close to her for safety at all times. The whereabouts of the other calf's mother is difficult to tell, but it's a sad possibility that poachers have killed her for her tusks. The 3 must rejoin their extended family soon. There are lions in Pafuri, and protection within the herd is crucial for young elephants. Away from the Luvuvu, a few small wetlands persist. This pan formed from runoff surface water during the last rains, and there's enough here to last the dry season. It's attracted 6 big bulls. Among them is the young bull that was in the river this morning. The gathering at the water offers him some company at last. The heavyweight with the injured trunk is here too. Neither can compete with the biggest of these bachelors. He wears a tracking collar, and researchers have been following him for the last 10 years. He's now in his prime, at around 45, and has picked up scars of his own during his long life. If all goes well, he could live to around 60. The other bulls give him plenty of space at the thirst-quenching water. The bull with the wounded trunk has learned to live with his handicap. To get maximum suction, he dips his trunk into the water at an angle. This closes the wound, so he's not sucking in air. But when he sprays it into his mouth, it's a losing battle. It's the elephant equivalent of drinking through a punctured straw. With this constant impediment, his agitated state from earlier in the day is easy to understand. But nothing soothes an elephant like a trip to water. it always involves a good splashing. A tree serves as a favorite scratching post. And a final layer of dust will protect against the hot afternoon sun. When the elephants are done, as ever, it's Pafuri's birds that make a splash. Fork-tailed drongos bathe themselves by plunging briefly into the water before flying off. It's the epitome of going for a quick dip. A small herd of impala arrives for a quick drink. They're vulnerable with their heads down at the water and move swiftly on. As the midday heat sets in, many in Pafuri seek out water. The afternoon is especially busy on the banks of the Luvuvu. The river draws all of Pafuri's diverse life, including some that are rarely seen elsewhere on the continent. Nyala are particularly shy antelope, sticking to densely wooded areas, usually near water. The riverine forests here are perfect habitat for them. As thirsty as they may be, they're cautious around the water. This is crocodile territory. Across the river, a female Nyala has arrived with her 2 offspring. They're just as cautious as the males, and for good reason. The young croc is probably too small to catch the mother, but it might stand a chance against the fawn, and they're not taking any risks. Downstream, the shaggy waterbuck have arrived with their young too. Even in the winter, temperatures can top 80 degrees Fahrenheit. The soft, moist sand offers some cool relief. Most at the water come with company. But an old buffalo bull has arrived alone. He's retired from the competition of herd life and no longer has to wait for hundreds of herd mates to quench their thirst before he moves off. He's not the only old male on the banks. The warthog boar's huge facial lumps are testament to his age. Having quenched his thirst, he turns his attention to food. Green grass is hard to come by this deep into the dry season, and the warthog sees the opportunity for a good meal. The riverside growth is a valuable source of food. For some, the banks provide a special treat. The seed pods of an acacia tree are a favorite snack for Chakma baboons. With arms as long as their legs, baboons have evolved to walk on the ground more than any other monkey. But the youngsters are completely comfortable in the tree, even as they pick their way between the thorns. For all the animals, the river offers food, water, and some relief from the afternoon heat. For the birds, the enduring flow serves another crucial purpose. Most birds must bathe to keep their feathers in tip-top condition for flying. The river is one of the few places they can do so at this time of year. And they take full advantage of the cleansing flow. A white-crowned lapwing indulges in an afternoon bath. Bathing isn't the only important part of feather maintenance. Others along the river preen to remove dust and parasites and carefully organize each feather into its proper place. A woolly-necked stork is one of the bigger birds on the river today, but it's dwarfed by its cousin, the saddle-billed stork. It towers at 5 feet tall. Like all other creatures, big birds are drawn to the Levuvu by the allure of water. An 11-pound white-backed vulture makes daily trips to water to drink and bathe. But among all of Pafuri's birds, one species rules the roost. As their name suggests, African fish eagles specialize in catching fish. Unlike the smaller birds, the low-flowing river offers them little in the way of food here. But the eagles are resourceful. They prey on a variety of smaller life, including water birds. They're also fearless thieves, stealing prey from others as big as the saddle-billed stork. All this makes them formidable river mates for the other species. Like all here, they too must drink. The trickle of the river here is enough to satisfy the birds' needs, but there is one resident of Pafuri whose demands are far greater. Hippos need water deep enough to submerge their great bodies entirely. During the dry season, there are few places in Pafuri where this exists. Where the Luvuvu meets the dry bed of the Limpopo, in Pafuri's easternmost corner, it has formed a natural dam deep enough for a pod of hippos. These huge animals have sensitive skins and spend most of their days submerged to escape the heat of the sun. This bull is in charge here. Should he need to assert his control, he can open his jaw to 150 degrees, bearing 20-inch long tusks. For now, he relaxes in the cool of the water with his pod. At the end of the Luvuvu, the riverbed of the Great Limpopo shines white under the afternoon sun. Known as Crook's Corner, this point forms the border between three countries: South Africa to the southwest, Zimbabwe to the northeast, and Mozambique to the east. Here the Luvuvu River reaches its end. After flowing steadily eastward, it meets a boundary it cannot cross in the broad sandy bed of the Limpopo. For the creatures of Pafuri, the Luvuvu has done its job, providing water through another hot, dry day. As evening sets in, the waterbuck are back, grazing on the floodplain. They enjoy the cool, calm end of the day. The young elephant mother and her calf have found their herd as they emerge to cross the plain for a drink in the river. On the Luvuvu's banks, the baboon troop spends a little time by the water before heading into the treetops to sleep. The river is a picture of peace until the elephants get here. The cool, soft sand is welcome relief after the long, hot day. The Luvuvu's banks are the site of a reunion. The older calf from earlier has found its mother and enjoys the river by her side. The herd takes its time to refuel with food and water. As long as the Lavuvu continues to flow through this special reserve, Pafuri's creatures will thrive despite the rigors of the dry season. Sooner or later, heavy rains will come. The Limpopo will flow once more, and floodwaters will inundate the plains to spur new growth. Until then, the elephants and others will find all they need along the banks of the Pafuri's everlasting lifeline.
In Zambia's Luangwa Valley, two tribes are at war. On one side, the mighty Mwamba Pride, a band of hunters who rule this wilderness. Their opponents, a veritable battalion of 300 buffalo, armed and very dangerous. As their life and death feud plays out, it sends ripples through the lives of every animal here. When the final confrontation draws near, who will come out on top? This is the Mwamba Pride. A 20-strong family of lions, constantly on the lookout for their next meal. 9 powerful lionesses are the Pride's elite hunters. Their teenage cubs are eager to join the hunt, practicing their moves at any opportunity. At the helm sits a trio of Pride males. Axel, Spike, and Mohawk. These fearsome beasts are the most powerful lions in the land and rule a prime territory in the heart of Zambia's Luangwa Valley. It's a patchwork of grassland and forest, teeming with just the sort of animals lions like to eat. Running through it is the broad Luangwa River, a lifeline for everything here. The Mwamba territory occupies 9 square miles of the West Bank. It's August, 3 months since the last rains. 2 more until the next. At this time of year, prey has no choice but to venture to the river to drink. And with their well-appointed riverside real estate, the Mwambas are in the perfect position to reap the riches of the dry season. There's one animal the Mwamba pride covets above all others. Buffalo. But this ultimate prize is also the deadliest. These one-ton giants are lion killers. With hooves that trample attackers into the dirt, and horns that rip through flesh. Armor-plated by their 2-inch thick hide, it takes a whole pride to bring down a buffalo. Not something to undertake lightly. A successful buffalo hunt usually requires the strength of the big males. The lionesses specialize in smaller prey. They're experts in concealment and surprise. And this patchwork landscape is full of hiding places. The prey's only hope is to run. Like all lions, the Mwambas lack the stamina for a long chase. But once night falls, the lioness's vision gives them the advantage. Despite their deadly skills, only 1 in 3 chases ends in a kill. A lot of hard work for such a small meal. One impala doesn't stretch far between 20 diners. Keeping everyone well fed is testing the Mwamba lionesses to their limits. By the following afternoon, the pride is hungry again. This time, pork is on offer rather than venison. The warthog slips the net. But as the temperature drops towards evening, the menu changes again. Beef. A bachelor group of buffalo. One bull would feed this hungry family for a week. A crack team. The lionesses fan out. Their movements are coordinated. Each knows her role in the hunt. They isolate a bull. But he's ready for them. The Mwambas must stay out of range of his wickedly sharp horns. His thick hide foils an attack from behind. On his feet, this ton of muscle is unstoppable. Without the heavy pride males, the lionesses lack the bulk to fell him. strike arrives. Too late. The bull has taken refuge in a lagoon. And there's no way to reach him without getting trapped in the mud. Abandoning a lost cause, the hungry lions head off to hunt elsewhere. By daybreak, the buffalo is long gone. And the lionesses bear the marks of their bruising encounter. In the days that follow, kills are few and far between. The hungrier these lions get, the more tempting the sight of a buffalo becomes. But this buffalo isn't alone. A herd 300 strong has crossed into Mwamba territory. It's dangerous ground, lorded over by known buffalo killers. But the Pride Lands hold rich grazing and access to water. The buffalo soldiers must take the risk. Forging the way is the Pathfinder. A strong, dominant male. The entire herd puts their trust in him. This strategy keeps the group together as they travel through the wilderness. The buffalo have a much larger home range than that of the lions, up to 400 square miles. They follow a circuitous route through their domain, constantly searching for new grass and never venturing more than 12 miles from water. The buffalo's visits to the Mwamba Pride Lands are brief and unpredictable. As they walk, mothers with calves seek shelter inside the herd, surrounded by burly adults. The calves weigh only 90 pounds at birth, a fraction of the size of their parents. Their horns are just tiny stubs, a much easier prospect for the hungry Mwambas. If they can get one on its own. Impala and warthog would have run by now. These buffalo are going nowhere. Instead, they close ranks around the calves. And then turn the tables. The lions know better than to put up a fight. The buffalo win again. Banding together safeguards the next generation. It also protects adults who might not survive on their own. Lions and buffalo are old foes. The herd treads the same well-worn paths through the Mwamba territory several times a month. They're lion savvy. A missing tail is a sure sign of a lion encounter. But this knowledge cuts both ways. The lions know what it takes to bring down a buffalo. They must choose the right time and place to shift the odds in their favor. The buffalo will only be in their territory for 2 or 3 days before moving on. The pride's best option is to shadow the buffalo army and look for a chink in its armor. Every move the buffalo make, the lions will be watching. The herd marches on through the Mwamba lands, driven by the need to find food and water.
pride of lions, Africa's most fearsome hunters. Their territory, a small patch of land in Zambia's wild Luangwa Valley. They share this land with rival hunters, potential prey, and thousands of other remarkable animals. While the pride struggles to catch a meal big enough to satisfy them, we spend one day and one night here and meet the animals that also call the Pride's Land home. It's early afternoon, and the pride rests in the lengthening shadows. Nine strong, and led by 3 adult lionesses. They are the top predators here. And the valley provides them with plenty of prey. But recently, they haven't had much luck. With their male away patrolling the territory, their last few hunts for large prey have failed. They're hungry. All they've managed is a small kill. A warthog caught off guard. But when you have so many mouths to feed, it's barely even an appetizer. Warthogs have savage tusks that can reach over 25 inches long. This time, the risk has been greater than the reward. Battered and hungry, there's too little left to go around. The lionesses leave the scraps to the rest of the family. A young male will need around 11 pounds of food a day to survive. There isn't even enough left for the vultures to pick at. This is the Pride's Land. 20 square miles of pristine wilderness on the banks of the meandering Luangwa River. But they aren't the only animals that live here. With the sun past its peak, high midday temperatures are fading fast. The cooling air rejuvenates all the animals that call this land home. Stirring from their siestas, it's time to wake up and get on with what remains of the day. Warthogs emerge after hiding from the midday heat in their burrow and head to what remains of a lagoon. Their homes are usually within strolling distance of a water source. And the muddy edges of the lagoon provide the perfect place for an afternoon dip. Warthogs are part of the pig family and are also in the same order of mammals as the hippo. Like all pigs, they don't have functioning sweat glands. So, to regulate their temperature, there's only one option. To wallow. mud stays cool longer than water and protects their skin from the sun. A pig and muck go hand in hand. It's such an essential part of a pig's lifestyle that some scientists believe spending so much time in the mud is what stopped them from evolving the ability to sweat in the first place. The afternoon draws out more of the valley's wildlife to the local watering hole, under the watchful eyes of the pride. Above, a squadron of great white pelicans ride the rising thermals, fueled by the afternoon heat. They're attracted by the narrow crescent of water below, one of the few water sources left within the pride's territory. Sweeping low over the water in formation, they work together to channel air under them and generate lift. Those that fly alone waste up to 14% more energy. Preening is top priority, keeping their feathers aerodynamic as well as waterproof. Flapping their gular sac is a pelican's way of cooling down. It's still too hot to fish for now. In the woodlands, the shade brings relief to the savanna's more secretive creatures. The late afternoon's cooler temperatures draw a herd of greater kudu tentatively out of the shadows. After a day of foraging on herbs, leaves and flowers, a thirst-quenching drink at the lagoon is too tempting to pass up. But breaking cover has its risks. A kudu would be the ideal meal for the unsatisfied pride, and certainly worth investigating. The big bull takes the lead. The females know something's not right. Smelling, they search for any signs of a threat. The lioness stays downwind. Giant ears swivel to locate the sounds of any predators. Their acute senses make them tough to sneak up on. The lioness has been made. With all their attention on her,
the lioness has little chance of a successful hunt. It's over before it even began. Returning to her pride, she reaffirms her bond with her sister. She may not have succeeded in providing for the pride this time, but fewer than 1 in 5 daytime hunts are successful. The fast approaching night may provide more opportunities. Unlike lions, wild dogs rarely hunt at night. They prefer dusk and dawn. The pack is getting ready to head out, and the pups are excited. They're a year old, and finally grown up enough to join the rest of the pack on their daily expeditions. Maybe tonight will bring their first hunt. Back at the lagoon, marabou storks join the pelicans. These big birds are talented scavengers, feeding on any remains they come across. Their grotesque, featherless heads, cloak-like plumage, and love for carcasses mean they're often referred to as the undertaker bird. But they don't exclusively feed on carrion. The low water level means fish are tightly packed together. Easy pickings. The marabou wade right in. Pelicans and yellow-billed storks aren't far behind. Dredging the lagoon, marabou lead the procession. Closely followed by the yellow-billed storks. Probing the water and mud with their gaping bills, the storks feel for their food. Pelicans drag their net-like sacks through the water. And spoonbills sweep side to side. The fishing party pushes prey into tighter and tighter groups. A wall of birds and roiling water leave the fish desperate. There's no way out but up. As the sun dips toward the horizon, the hustle and bustle of the afternoon begins to subside. With the party winding down, it's time to find a roost for the night. They're not the only ones calling it a day. Baboons head homeward after a day of foraging on the plains. Guinea fowl take one last scratch before turning in for the night. The lions watch and wait while all around them settles down. As the last light reaches across the valley, the day shift hands over to the creatures of the night. While some return to the safety of their treetop homes, the ground below comes alive. Matabele ants are on the march. Under the cover of darkness, they're moving house and taking all of their belongings with them. Up to 2,000 worker ants carry precious packages, black cocoons, and white developing larvae. The next generation. The larvae are the colony's brood, its prized possessions. The adults will defend them without mercy from anything that comes too close. Following a chemical trail laid down by the lead scout, they head towards their new home. Matabele ants are semi-nomadic. Once they find a home, they will only be there for a month before moving on again to fresh hunting grounds. It's 10 o'clock, and the full moon hangs high above the valley. Night is the domain of the predator. This is when the lions are most active. But the full moon's bright light is ruining their element of surprise. The impala and puku see them coming. While the pride struggles to catch its next meal, the lagoon appears empty. But it's not as quiet as it seems. Honey badgers have emerged from their burrows. They are nocturnal and will spend most of the night foraging in the dried lagoon beds. Honey badgers are opportunistic feeders, and these lagoons hide a buffet just below the surface. Frogs and insects have buried themselves to escape the dry season, making them hard to find. But an incredible sense of smell helps the badgers pinpoint food easily. They have to eat around 2 pounds a night to survive, and this means they're always on the move. Tough and industrious, they can cover over 25 miles in search of food. a marathon every night. All this activity stirs up insects for another nocturnal animal. More than 1,200 species of bat exist worldwide, and almost 3/4 of them are insectivores. Each must eat 1/3 of its body weight a night, hundreds of insects every hour. Like honey badgers, they cover great distances. The lions have come down to drink. With half the night gone, they've been unable to make a kill. Under the canopy of a nearby ebony grove, a sausage tree is in bloom. Their chandelier-like flowers open at dusk, and each only lasts one night. Brimming with nectar and pollen, they attract a host of insects. And the bats home in for a feast. On the edge of the ebony grove, a spotted hyena den is also drawing in the bats. They feed on the insects attracted to the remains of the hyena's last meal. It's 2 a.m. and the clan is out. There are 6 new cubs. Stuck underground for most of the day, they have plenty of energy to expend. It's time to play. They're neighbors from hell for a sleeping baboon. Hyena society is highly competitive. Cubs are born with their eyes open and teeth bared. From birth, they fight savagely with their siblings. It creates a hierarchy that will last for life. After 2 weeks, aggression begins to give way to play. And after a month, it becomes even more enthusiastic, helping them to establish friendships and integrate into the clan. But they can get a bit carried away. Exhausted, the little cubs settle down to suckle. Their mother invests far more resources in her milk than other carnivores. It has 3 times the fat and protein content of a human's, and her cubs will be completely dependent on it until they're 8 months old. But to provide this nutritious milk, she must eat frequently. Her acute sense of smell can locate food more than 2 miles away. And a stench on the wind catches her attention. It's 2 hours before dawn. Hunt after hunt. Failure after failure. The pride has no luck. They give up for now. The full moon has spoiled their chances. Stomachs rumbling. Their attention turns from prey to one another. Lions are the only truly social cat. Grooming helps them maintain the close bonds needed to hunt cooperatively, even when it doesn't go to plan. Distant roars echo through the cool night air. Their male is calling, the sound carrying almost 5 miles across the valley, proclaiming, "This land is ours." And tonight, he is louder and closer than he has been for some time. They head towards the sound, hopeful for a reunion with their pride male. The hyena mother's incredible sense of smell has led her to a buffalo carcass. It's rancid, but her strong stomach acid will kill any bacteria on the decomposing meat. It has more than enough nutrients for her to produce the rich milk her cubs need to survive. Access to the food depends on her ability to dominate others in the clan. As the matriarch, she quickly puts others in their place. The more she can stuff down before her clanmates, the better chance her offspring will have of surviving. Dawn breaks in the ebony grove. Silence has fallen over the hyena den. The clan rests after the activity of the night. With the pride nowhere to be seen, baboons descend from their roosts. Like beacons in the morning light, the sausage flowers are attracting even more admirers. Like bats, birds are drawn by the insect's presence. Carmine bee eaters, named for their favorite prey, gather on nearby perches. Unlike bats, they don't use sound. Their incredible eyesight helps them catch their marks with ease. In the cool morning air, the animals are full of energy. Young rams move together as part of a bachelor herd. They may not hold any territory yet, but this ragtag group of youngsters still establishes a hierarchy. A single male roars, putting on a show for the other rams. For impala males, this is how you sort the men from the boys. And it's contagious. Chasing one another lets the ram see who's in the best condition. The boys' unruly behavior is largely ignored by the females. These highly ritualized displays rarely lead to any serious fights, so injuries are uncommon. Their excited roars carry more than a mile along the river. The impala bachelors aren't the only boisterous animals this morning. Baby baboons play on the riverside. Their big brains need training to develop. Climbing, jumping, and chasing are the perfect ways to learn to be a baboon. Adults may play less as they get older, but it won't save them from becoming target practice. The mid-morning sun steadily marches on. The pride dozes, at last with bellies full. They managed to meet up with the male and take down a young hippo. Finally, they've made a kill big enough to satisfy the entire pride. But they'll have to wait if they want seconds. The male dominates the carcass. Younger cubs have joined to wait for their share. For one hungry juvenile, it's too much to just sit and watch. But Dad is unwilling to share. When it comes to feeding, cubs are lowest on the ladder. Persistence eventually wins out. The male has had his fill and allows the others to tuck in. An adult lion can easily eat over 60 pounds in one sitting. This carcass won't last long, and they all know it. The valley is hotting up, and as the sun rises further into the cloudless sky, shadows begin to retreat. With the lions otherwise occupied, the kudu venture out into the open to quench their thirst. But they won't drop their guard. Lions aren't the only predators around. Perimeter checked, they head down to a pool to drink before temperatures become too unbearable. In In this climate, they need to drink 1.5 gallons a day to survive. They head back to the woodland, where they'll be able to feed, protected by the shade of the canopy. The male returns to the carcass. It's time for thirds. But it's getting too hot to eat out in the open. If the male is going to be this greedy, a drink at the river might be a better option. An explosion of color catches their attention. It's noon, and the carmine bee-eater males are beginning to return from their morning hunt. Bug in beak. These are romantic tokens for their mates, delivered straight to the burrow. But a carmine colony can be a rough neighborhood. Hard-earned gifts are eyed up before they even reach their rightful recipients. It's easier to steal than work for your bug. This one's made it past the thieves. His mate quickly comes to collect. Better to be safe than sorry. On the other side of the river, African skimmers carve through the shallow waters. Like the carmines, they nest in areas exposed by the low water levels. But instead of digging a burrow in the bank, they make a scrape in the damp sand. The moist sand keeps their eggs cool when the sun hangs high in the sky. But it leaves the clutch vulnerable to wandering predators. A ground hornbill is named for its habit of stalking over land in search of prey. There's little he won't eat. Frogs, insects, even tortoises can fall prey to his powerful bill. A couple of skimmer eggs could make a delightful snack. This should be an easy meal for the largest species of hornbill. But he should know better than to mess with a pair of worried parents. The skimmers are dwarfed by the hornbill, but the safety of their clutch comes first. The mobbing is too much. He'll have to look for food elsewhere. At 2 in the afternoon, the searing sun bears down on the valley's inhabitants. The male lion is out on patrol, and the females lounge in the shade. The heat of the day and that full feeling has them at its mercy. If they could, they'd sleep all day anyway. Under a sausage tree, the kudus are keeping to the shadows. Sausage fruits hang from the branches above. They can grow up to 2 feet long and weigh almost 20 pounds. The flowers have already fallen. Fine dining for the valley's herbivores. But some kudus aren't quite so elegant. This female's gone for a sausage fruit instead. Quite the mouthful. Rock hard. It's tough to get down. Maybe another. Maybe not. The male lion's roars carry across the valley again. But this time, weighed down by a belly full of hippo, he isn't really putting in much of an effort. The blazing sun slowly begins its journey back towards the horizon. From dusty lagoons to leaf-littered woodland, shadows begin to lengthen and rake across the ground once more. The wild dogs shouldn't have to get up for an hour or so yet. Like the lions, they're taking the afternoon off. But in the bush, you've got to be careful where you lay your head. African honeybees have built a hive inside a nearby tree. Legendary for their aggressive nature, they will defend their nest by attacking anything that moves. Bee guards patrol the area, investigating any potential threats. A swarm of angry bees isn't the best lullaby for a tired wild dog. African honeybees sting 10 times more frequently than their European cousins. There's no option other than to find somewhere else to sleep. An hour before sunset, vultures circle in the soft light of the evening. They descend en masse to the carcass of a young elephant. The male lion is here too. But with the table crowded and his belly still working on this morning's meal, he's content to just watch and wait. 50 ravenous birds jostle for a position where they've ripped the carcass open. The boldest birds get first feed. The lappet-faced vulture is the largest vulture in Africa. Its strong hooked beak easily tears through tough hide, tendons, and cartilage. His aggression and power mean the smaller white-backed vultures wouldn't dare challenge him. But other lappets will. Fights over the carcass come thick and fast. White-backed versus white-backed. Lappet against lappet. Gorging, the vultures wolf down 2 pounds of meat a minute. Vultures may have a bad reputation, but removing festering carcasses keeps the environment disease-free. Some have overdone it. And as the sun falls, the circle of satisfied birds grows. The scent brings in a hyena, a sure sign of the fast-approaching night. Alone, he's no match for the watchful lion. The day is coming to an end. As nocturnal creatures begin to stir from their dens, Impala and Puku prepare for the night ahead. The pride may have fed today, but it won't be long before, stomachs empty, their attentions turn to the next meal. Every night is a long night for those that call this valley home.
Up to the highest mountains. Crystal waters ran down to anoint the valleys below. And where there is water, there is life. Billions of creatures colonized this wild land. Rivers teemed with fish, and the sky was full of birds. It was home to the most formidable beasts to roam the earth. This was Europe, millennia ago. We were once part of this natural world. But over time, the wilderness became our enemy, to be conquered and exploited. Today, like the miracle of old, life slowly arises from the ashes in the lands known as the Wolf Mountains. This region, on the borders of Slovakia, Poland, and the Ukraine, is part of the mountain chain of the Eastern Carpathians. Its name dates back to medieval times and is taken from one of its oldest inhabitants, the wolf. Few humans dare venture here. This is the kingdom of predator and prey, home to a host of unique wildlife. animals that control one of the most complex ecosystems found in Europe. The idea of a lost paradise in the heart of Europe inspires 3 Slovakian filmmakers to travel to the Wolf Mountains and discover how nature is reverting to its former glory. Their main challenge is to capture shots of wildlife behavior in very difficult terrain. They hope to film creatures that were once on the brink of extinction, like the bison, beaver, and wolf, sure signs of a return to wilderness. These animals are elusive, but the team is determined not to use artificial means to attract them. Over the next 2 years, it requires patience and ingenuity. The first task is to catch sight of the largest surviving herbivore from the forests of the ancient past, the bison. To track them successfully, they need to wait for the first snows of winter. Five decades ago, a small herd of Wiesent bison was reintroduced from captivity into the Polish part of the Wolf Mountains. Their descendants now freely wander through the forests. It takes a trek of tens of kilometers trying to spot them. Only deep traces left in the snow reveal their presence. Although large, the bison are surprisingly timid and evade every attempt to get close. To see a bison in the wild is like traveling back in time, and the dream of discovering an ancient wilderness begins to become reality. These huge beasts were once part of our prehistoric lives, alongside giant auroch cattle and wild horses. Just like their ancient relatives, these large herbivores live off all kinds of flora and can radically alter the environment in which they live. Living generations of the wild horse are the Hucul horses, one of the oldest breeds of native ponies in Europe. In winter, they eat shoots found beneath the snow. They particularly relish bark. This destructive action kills off the trees, but creates an open landscape. As a result, a variety of meadows and bushes can begin to flourish, providing habitats for thousands of other species. It is forest management at its most natural. After several days, the team manages to get even closer to the bison. This herd now totals almost 300 animals and is the biggest population of bison across the Carpathian region. Numbers are still far lower than in centuries past, but it's hoped these will increase as the herd is left to colonize new territories further afield. The team hopes to get the chance to meet these primeval beasts elsewhere on their wilderness trail. The most secretive and controversial creature of this wild country is its top predator, the wolf. To film the natural behavior of these specters of the forest requires a huge amount of luck. At the end of winter, their presence is tantalizingly visible. it's clear evidence they're alive and well. But to see them, let alone film them, proves at first impossible. It takes 6 months before these legendary animals are spotted for real. 2 adults and a young wolf appear in a small clearing in the forest and mark their territory. Seconds later, they vanish into thin air. To increase the odds of capturing wolves at large, the team sets up video traps at key points where a pack might pass. During playback, the team discovers that one wolf has ventured into beaver terrain. The trail is irresistible. Like the bison and the wolf, the beaver is another species that was virtually eradicated across Europe. Prehistoric hunters saw beavers as easily accessible food. They were numerous and safe to hunt. As a result, they were the protein most often consumed. In the Middle Ages, people hunted beaver for the alleged healing power of their scent glands. Beaver was also believed to be part fish because of its scaly tail and webbed feet. So these parts of its body were very popular to eat on the days when meat was forbidden. As this amounted to over half the year, and as the human population grew, the beaver soon became a very threatened animal. Somehow it survived, and is now slowly returning to its old wilderness habitats. Here in the Polish part of the Wolf Mountains, there are signs of its extraordinary activities. Beavers dramatically change the structure of the small streams they inhabit. Thanks to their voracious feeding habits, they clear small pockets of forest to create open spaces that attract many plant species that love the light. And by building dams, they create a sophisticated chain of lakes and wetlands that within a short time are brimming with life. These wetlands also provide rich feeding grounds for hunters, like black storks and numerous birds. Many other animals reap the benefit of the beaver's unique architecture. Some use their dams as bridges to cross the water. Unfortunately for the beaver, these act as platforms for a hungry predator to pounce. It's clear that wolves are attracted to this watery area for food, but only at night. One evening, their howls are heard in the distance. As the pack approaches, the sounds of their cubs become all too apparent. From the noises, it's certain they've killed a beaver nearby for a midnight supper. Despite hearing a whole wolf pack during a kill, the team is no closer to filming them in action in this area of forest wetland. They move up to open mountain terrain where the wolves can't hide. Higher up, the fresh grass of the alpine meadows attracts a lot of red and roe deer to feed. The most vulnerable are the young, and they must remain hidden from the wolves. But here, over the summer months, the deer seem to enjoy an almost carefree existence. One roe deer tries to overcome the lack of action by picking a fight with an imaginary enemy. Even with temptations of ready meals like these, there is neither sight nor sound of the elusive predators. But there are sounds of a different kind.